Hey!
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
The Great Church regime greets you.
Ah, thank you, delegation from the Great Church regime. I assume your totally peaceful and not at all doing a murder war conquest continues well. Stepajin, thank you for 40 months, yo. How are you doing? How is the galaxies? How are the swirling mass of stars and violence? Caffeine, how's it going, dude? Good morning, Watto. Okay, good morning at 3:15 in the afternoon, but that's not the point. Alnus, Pun, Squarepeg, Ortrazini, Navalis, Stammering, Jackie, Watto, friends! Actually, I'm kind of... My energy is mismatched to today, but I think it's just because I ate a ton of food. Get Ned, Watto, friend. Chrono Fire, Watto, friend. Wolfie, and a good afternoon to you as well. Watto and welcome. How goes it? So yeah, give me the TLDR. Give me the deets on what's going down on New Year, New Galaxy.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I only have a short bit before I need to head off for sleep, but I'll tune in once this week, damn it. Also 40 months.
Catastros, thank you for 40. And honestly, like, I almost DM'd you an apology because, like, I do understand, like, where you're based in the world, and I'm so sorry we've been starting later and later. This won't be the norm forever. I mean, same Kindle as well, because, like, you know, those of you based in, like, the UK and EU and across the world, I miss you lot. At the moment, start times have to be a bit more flexible just because of the chaos of new pop and new place. But the goal, touch wood, is to get back to those noon Pacific starts. So, Catastros, thank you for bearing with me, friend. Kimble, hopefully I can be the dulcet tones to help calmly lure you into a good snooze. Because despite my energetic and smiley stylings, today we've got a really calm game, and I'm really looking forward to showing you. Willing, Watto friend, hello, hello. Oh, Wolfcrat, Watto friend, hello. So today's game, think Astroneer, but with a dog sled. We're on what appears to be like an ice planet, and we have a dog sled to get around, and that's it. There's no sand monsters, there's no creatures hunting us, it's just building up our little Arctic base, exploring, and having a good time. Oh, Willing and Jeanette, Fiona did my hair for me, so that's why I don't look like I have been sleeping in my clothes. And Jackie gifting us up to Space Warfare. That's what's going down. Oh, Caffeine's still in the build-up phase. Okay. Pun says that they started on Doomsday for their origin and have a new capital system, so they get to live. Oh crap! So is that like you start on a doomed world and then have to make a break for it? But I guess you get a bunch of points to start with. Yeah. Okay.
What musical instrument is found in the bathroom? A tube of toothpaste.
Favor6, you just put forward $2 worth of support to inflict that joke not only on myself but on others. I need to know in this moment, how do you feel? You terror. Sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. Wolfgrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. But, oh, I think it's me all over the place. Jackie set up Space Warfare as the new Jarl, so there we go. Thankfully, my... Shoot you indeed, J-Post. I guess we're starting. Move this down a smidge. Hello, hello. I guess we're doing a whole feckin' train. I am jelly that I'm not joining you all for Stellaris. I was talking to Caffeine and Peeps about this, and I basically got Saturday and Sunday mixed up, so...
At JPost04 Chew.
Choo-choo indeed. And Willing, thank you for the 200 as well. And yeah, Kindball, it is so strange which parts the text-to-speech gets right and which bits it fucks up. I'm very glad that I don't have a big old lisp at the moment. You ever done that thing? Okay, have you ever woken yourself up by accidentally biting your tongue while you're asleep? Because I did. Even though that's a thing you could do.
What should you do if you are addicted to seaweed? Seek help.
Bravo, puns. Bravo. Thank you for the 200 as well. Oh, you glorious Mother Hubbards. Yeah, I guess I was a little worried about River earlier on today. She had to have a vet visit because she's not been doing so hot. But it looks like it's nothing bad. So, I mean, touch wood, wait and see him. But that's the other reason why we've started so late this morning. Anyway, how's it going with your good selves? I don't have any news or stories.
Woo, back to the keyboard in time for the train and good news for River.
That's a twofer. Feckin' yo. That and Bacon, thank you for the 200 as well. Yeah. Oh no, Catastros, I'm sorry you're going through that. I have had that in the past and it sucks. Not in a fun way. Oh shit, Jackie, thank you for the bits, yo. Gonna wait for this to catch up.
All hail the Gary Empire.
Gary. Yeah, Jackie, congratulations. The Jarldom is finally yours. No longer you, Jarl Maker, but Jarl yourself. What will you do with this power? But okay, joking aside, that was 500 bits worth. So, look, seriously, thank you. All right.
I asked a Frenchman if he played video games. He said oui.
Like, Nintendo did so well with that console that we all forgot that it's named after a bodily fluid. That continues to make me smile. Okay, Jackie says that Kestrel has the empire called Gary. Nice. I once named an entire planet Gary in No Man's Sky, and when they did the big reset, Gary Planet disappeared. And I will admit, I still mourn Gary Planet. Not as much as I mourn Smash Mouth All-Star, because I had to discover everything on that planet, and then work out how many rocks, trees, plants, creatures there were, and then name them all in reverse order to write out the lyrics to Smash Mouth All-Star. I spent way longer in that than I should have. But yeah, like, for myself, friends, most interesting things that you've seen. The most interesting things are the things I have done with you lot. Playing Monster Hunter with everyone yesterday was so much fun. Myself, Fiona, and Ems, without the support of Kyle, managed to down like one of the first proper monsters with just baby level 1 gear. And honestly, I forgot how much that egg chucking bastard has some real mix-ups. So I'm still feeling good about that. No upgrades, nothing other than the absolute most basic kit. We did it.
I asked the same Frenchman if he minded if I played a healer in Overwatch for him. He said merci.
Alice, thank you. Sorry, staring down us like thank you for the bits, as well as the terrible joke. Kisa, it did sound like Ems and Fee had a good time. Like, I didn't get too much of a chance to like chat to him after, so. But it seemed like they had a really good. Oh fuck!
Harby claimed the Jarldom.
Welcome, Jarl Caffeine. Sorry, Jackie. In the time it took for you to decide what you wanted to do for your Jarldom, it was taken from you. Caffeine. Fucking dude, thank you! That's 2,500! Fucking ledge.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Heckin' you! Catastros, thank you for gifting us up to Kisa. That's real fucking cool of you. Oh, you're being cool, kids! Oh, lordy. Fucking yo! Caffeine said, my first assignment is, y'all, show us what is in one box in the pile. I mean, there's nothing super exciting. I have no idea what this is. Other than looking like the controller making it look like some strange alien life form. Okay, there's the 3 big bastard boxes here, and it's kind of like bastard box roulette. One is cuddly animals, so not Temp Fox. Temp Fox got a special movement over, but like all the varying animals and creatures that you've all sent to the PO box over the years. But the other box is the box full of sharks that you lot have sent. So it's a 50-50. But then the third one is the Gundams that couldn't be shipped with these lot. So yeah, it's a 1 in 3 chance of sharkification. These mother hubbards here is all stuff from kind of like the desk and around it. So like, you know, books, tiny toys. But yeah, like that's literally just the makeshift recording booth that was used. Kisa's like, I want a box. One day, Kisa, one day. Oh, lovely. Stepgen got 7 boxes today. Opened them. Now I've got 2 closets and a standing desk. Fucking yo. Fucking yo. So yeah. Caffeine, I'm sorry to defy the rule of Jarl. It's just, this is a delicately balanced ecosystem. To disturb one box is to disturb them all. There's no one box that can be removed without the whole thing springing to life. Actually got a friendo coming around this evening who's gonna, I don't know if we're gonna help, if we're gonna tackle in here yet or just in general, but yeah, hoping to make some headway. Basically, once I have the Gundam station set up, we'll do the G Gundam challenge, and I'll write up like a proper post or a video about it or something. I'm looking forward to that. Sorry if I haven't talked your ears off about it. This is a project I want to do this year because No Great November is still up. Right now, I can't build anything other than like entry grade and SD kits because there's, I mean, look, where am I going to build the big stuff? So what I've been thinking about is the idea of doing a games industry G Gundam tournament where anyone can sign up, and the idea is that you will be given at random a games industry entity. If the world of video games was G Gundam, you would get given like a company or a studio or a brand, anyone that could compete for the title of ruler of the industry. You then make a Gundam kit based on that idea. You can paint it, you can kit bash it, you can do what you want. And then we'll match them up in like a knockout tournament. The only rule I'm going to say is we're going to keep it to the small scale, the 144. So if people don't have a lot of green, they can still compete. Because like this little Mac Daddy right here, he costs $8 from Target. Like the barrier to entry is nice and low. However, if it was the 100 scale, like those mother hubbards are expensive. And I hope I've said many thank yous, by the way, because when we packed up all the Gundams to move them over here, the number of Gundams Will's purchased and the number of Gundams you lot have sent is drastically misproportioned. Also, choo choo. Let's see, Kaibal. The wonderful thing about the Gundams is that unlike so like Warhammer and stuff like that, you don't just have a grey mini with nothing to work off. Plus, you know, if you cover it with stickers, if you knit it a little jumper, you could, you know, hand paint it with craft supplies or airbrush it or what have you. Like, it's less about who's going to win and more about having our own little like tournament of nations. And what I love about it is that, see, with G Gundam, yes, there are a lot of designs that border on the monstrously racist. However, one of the things that's interesting with the designs that aren't is how they take little pieces of different countries and then accent them up the wazoo. Sometimes for humor, sometimes with a surprising amount of cool subtlety. So like the British Gundam is a beefeater mech that smokes, and the pilot's like a drug addict. But also, the British mech cheats to win, you know, like we did in history. Did a lot of cheating. Obviously, Tequila Gundam is a travesty. But then things like the Norwegian Gundam, the Viking, who has a mechanical longboat and throws longboat oars as weapons. There's a bunch of really interesting designs, and I love the idea that someone could get given a publisher or a studio that has multiple projects. So it's like, how do you either weave them together, or how do you pick one and turn that into your design? Kisa, I'd love to revisit G Gundam. Obviously, like, animation's expensive. Like, but with a better kind of like cultural sense than people had back in the 80s would be feckin' glorious. No! Oh god, no! I'd love the designs, but sorry, Catastrophe was like, what about G Gundam by way of Hitalia? You know what, stammering? I'm not even gonna. Bravo. They did actually do a redo of Tequila Gundam where he's a cowboy. He's a cowboy mech with a guitar, and the guitar is also full of mech-sized guns. Like, how does a mech-sized guitar even work? Well, see, JP was saying, like, Ubisoft Gundam just tower random bits and bobs fapping around, but, like, joking aside, Ubisoft have a bunch of franchises you could pick from. So you could do like an Altair mech, but you could also do the Panda from Just Dance as a mech. Or like you could do something based around kind of like, you know, Ubisoft's back history. You could do a Rayman design. Like, you get to choose. Like, Kaimball's like, be up for that, just don't give me Sonic. Alda says Ubisoft Gundam would just be at the top of a radio tower. See? Now you're thinking with portals. You know what, Draconic Dude? I walked into that one. Sorry, Draconic Dude was like, obviously a mech-sized guitar would play heavy metal. I walked into that. I deserve that, and I understand it. Kisa, I can practically hear you vibrating with like, metal guitar, who cares? But yeah. JP's like, Rayman on a tower, with a tower as a weapon, and the night vision goggles a la Sam Fisher. See, now you're thinking. Well, see, Catastros, this is the thing where if you wanted to fold in Gundam knowledge, you can, because there is a mech from Turner Gundam. Its quirk in story, not the actual model kit, but the quirk is that all of its limbs and parts can come apart. It's kind of controlled with, like, I don't know, psychic magnets or something. I don't know. How do they work? It's miracles. Mal was promised dogs where the floof is at. I'm going to leave our dogs for a moment because they're finally settled. Though I do need to say, as a small aside, we're going to be spending a little bit of cash to get a DNA test for Amos. Now, this isn't a medical thing, so don't worry, but this is so we know his breeds, because he's not just a pity, and the boy is smart. Because of his anxiety, we knew this when we got him. Amos has separation anxiety. Anytime Fiona leaves, he's just beside himself. When we took River to the vet this morning before she went back in the afternoon, it was just me and him in the car. And he makes this noise when he's so anxious, he's vibrating, and he's trying to do his little yip bark. And it kind of comes out like a... like a vibrating bird song. It is bizarre. It's kind of cute. However, he's much smarter than at least I initially thought. Fiona got him a doggy doorbell. If you're not familiar with the concept, it's a little button at dog height that if they need to go out, they can push it to tell you. He has already worked out how to use it. He already knows. We've been taking him to doggy daycare. We've taken him to doggy training classes. Fiona paid for a whole set of classes before she lost a job, so that's all paid and covered for, so no worries. But the thing is, when it comes to commands, he is on fucking point. Like, we've already got to the point where we can do sit, down, stay with just hand gestures. Because he picks them up so fast. The problem is that he spends the first, 10 or 15 minutes of the class freaking out because he wants to play with all the other dogs and he's not allowed. But pitties, at least as it was explained to me, are usually dumb as bricks. And so where I have mistaken a lack of intellect is just his anxieties and nonsense. Which begs the question, what else is he mixed with? So yeah, two smart dogs, by the way, is always a time. Also, Mal, sorry, I didn't say a proper hello when you came in. How are you doing, friend? Oh. So yeah, at the moment, the floofers are snoozing. A Draconic Dude was, back on the G Gundam conversation. Draconic Dude saying, Bethesda Gundam works sometimes, but is heavily modded. See, that's the great thing about this. And because we're drawing from essentially games industry culture, not from, actual culture, we can't accidentally be horrible people. Because, rewatching G Gundam, you can tell that the team who designed the robots, who wrote the story, were just having fun with it. They didn't think that, in the year of our Lord Waluigi 2022, anyone would go back and be like, oh, that's a bit, I think that's a bit offensive. And, it's important that as we grow in nerd culture that we do reevaluate the things that we love. Not to turn around and go, it is foreboding, but so that we don't repeat mistakes that were made out of a lack of knowledge in the past, you know what I mean? But honestly, you can rip the hot shit out of Ubisoft. One, they don't care. They just, Mr. Ubisoft makes billions. I even saw in their quarterly report, it's like, oh no, we only made so many billion, not as many billion as we thought we were gonna. And I'm like, selling them nufters. Yeah, you can rip the hot piss out of them, it's fine. Mr. Microsoft is not going to be offended if we make a Red Ring of Death attack Gundam. So Bacon Avenger, I think that's where the separation anxiety and stuff comes from. And that's understandable. We knew he had that coming in. He takes medication for it, and it's helping. Sometimes he's fine. So, for example, today, when we went in the car to take River to the vet, he was beside himself in the car, just freaking out. But I managed to calm him down, get his attention via the medium of treats and things like that. But then when River got taken to the vet this afternoon, it was just me and him here. What we did is we practiced tricks, kept him engaged, kept working with him, and he wasn't screaming and crying and vibrating. He has done that sometimes when Fiona's gone out and just left him here. No, JP, there's no hand behind us giving the middle finger. You might be No. It is absolutely flipping us all off. Probably me more than you lot. I don't remember putting that there, but honestly, things have been weird. Sorry, Kaimo just added very, very quietly, Ubisoft are cheapskates. I can hear the weight in those words. See, Alnus was saying they want to do a Gundam that removes its head and its Agent 47. Nah, see, what you need to do is get a comparable... I thought I turned off the swear filter. Biggs, thank you for the 121 cannonball. Fuck you, hand! Yeah, I did that once. It did not end well. No, so what I was going to suggest, so Alnus, instead of going for remove the head and it's Agent 47, what you do is you get a Big Bird model that's about the same scale, and you replace Big Bird's head with a Gundam head, or cut out like a little hole and stick it in there as the like Agent 47 surprise. Oh yeah, and Catastros, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, from Amos's perspective, like, Fiona is absolutely our little pack leader because she's the one that handles him the most. And like, if he is being really, really like full on tantrum mode, she can flip him over. I can't do that. Dude's like 65 pounds, and a lot of that is muscle. So in his mind as a dynamic, like, I'm not the one in charge. But I have treats, so he tries to keep me on his good side. I am made of spaghetti. This has been well covered. JP says Konami Gundam. It's a Gundam, but the torso is pachinko machine. Yo, get one of those Christmas cracker-sized mini pinball or mini pachinko machines and build it into the torso. Stanring saying for Microsoft Gundam, just vacuum it up. Or go Voltron style. Paint each limb like a different franchise. The thing is, I need to get a space to actually start building Gundams. And then we'll set a date. So I'm thinking that around about, like, when is E3? So E3 2022. I know it's not happening, but it gives us a nice little date. There's no official dates. Alright, E3 2021 date. When was last year's? Last year was June 12th. Sorry, Big's just like, sweet baby G's, what the duck is a swear filter? Swear to all the things unholy that will kitten up a mother puppy who tries to shackle my swears. Apple those potato slap happy goats. Look, if you haven't seen the censored version of Snakes on a Plane, you are doing yourself a disservice. I used to actively look for movies that were really, really swear-heavy when I would fly. Because those would be some of the most chortle-worthy ones. Yeah, that's where the I'm sick of these Monday to Friday snakes... what was it? I'm sick of these monkey flipping snakes on this Monday to Friday plane or something like that. So good. I wholeheartedly recommend it, friends. The problem was... Well, okay, no, not the problem. When I had to fly the most, I flew with Air New Zealand. And they got around it by making people absolutely swear that they were the age they said they were when watching movies. So there was no censored versions. I watched I don't want to call it a horror movie. It's kind of like a psychological flavor of fuckery. I watched a movie called The Cure for Wellness on a plane, and that has some heinous stuff in it. And I'm like, thankfully the people like to my left were all asleep, because I'm like, I had to pause it a couple of times and just like walk up and down the aisle a bit. Sorry, I'm one of those, I like sitting on the aisle seat when flying, because if I want to go for a piss, I do not want to have to deal with anybody else. Like, if someone wakes me up while I'm asleep on a plane, don't worry about it. I can get back to sleep like that. It's a superpower I have. If only I could have that superpower when trying to sleep in a bed with people. But that's another story. But like, yeah. Wolfcrad's been trying to get their hands on a Sony Play Gundam, but there's a chip shortage. Okay, there is actually a PlayStation model kit. So, like, whether or not you choose to work that in is up to you. But the thing is, kind of like with the Worms tournament, kind of like with some of the other stuff we've done, if we do this G Gundam challenge, it's not going to be about who wins. It's about, like a group lineup project. Do you know what I mean? Giving ourselves these little, like, creative challenges is good because, let's be honest, we could all stand to spend more time on our hobbies. We could all stand to spend more time looking after ourselves, doing things that we create that make us happy. But, let's be honest, that's hard sometimes. And the facsimile of a challenge or a contest or a let's get it done can light a fire under your own booty to make it happen. That was actually one of the reasons why Christian started doing No Grey in November. Because he realised that without out essentially gamifying it, he was only going to have stacks upon stacks upon stacks of miniatures that would sit unpainted until the end of time. And I can see where he's coming from. Like, the amount of good that being able to throw myself into crafting hobbies does is feckin' grand. And I'm really missing it at the moment, friends. But things are getting better. Slowly, but they're getting better. Oh, I'm sorry, Stammering. I didn't mean group projects like that, but yeah. I see, Mal. I am not a particularly artistic individual. That's why I'm feckin' loving like the Gundams, because they hit that nice sweet spot between like Warhammer minis and Lego. Like, there are instructions. You build the thing is done. But once the thing is done, you can make some changes, you can make some additions. You don't have to. Like, look at this little Mother Hubbard. This was one of the basics kit, and all I did was push the pieces out, clip them together. Admittedly, I was drinking at the same time. But there's so much that I could do. I could do panel linings on this mech. There's a whole bunch of nub marks I could clean up. If I want to do airbrushing stuff, this is the perfect little like test candidate. And then after that, maybe I want to do decals. Maybe I want to, work on some like kit bashings or conversions. Like, the reason why I'm so besotted with these minis is because, with these model kits, is because you're never wrong. There's never a wrong way to put them together. And how much love and attention you want to accrue onto them afterwards, like... See, now, here's what my friend Doug used to say about this, because Mal was saying they're horribly colorblind, so they don't want to see their attempts at painting with shading. Now, here's the point where do it for you. What Doug used to say is that he is very colorblind, and he loved doing like paintings and drawings and stuff because his perception of what it was what mattered to him. If other people see it and they see what they think are clashing or contradicting colors, fuck them. Now, obviously, like the it's only my perception of the world that matters, feck you mentality can get very toxic very quickly. But when it comes to art and what you create, like, if you're just doing it for you, if you're not doing it for a job, like, feck them, right? Just because no one else can hear the music you can hear doesn't mean you're not allowed to boogie along. I don't know if that's very hand-wavy, but I think you can see what I'm saying. Biggs is saying, wait, no, there is a wrong way to do it. An escalator does not come out of a mech's ass. Ever. Thank you for killing my soul, Battletech cartoon. I'm still annoyed my phone won't use the Battletech cartoon intro as my my phone, my ringing. And Lizzie Watto, friend. Hello, hello. Anyway, I mean, Mal, if you let me, I'll talk your ear off about Gundams and nonsense. I'm looking forward to when this is all finally set up. I'm going to be able to do airbrushing. It's going to be so cool. Ah, and Shackle, what's ho, friend? How goes it, you lovely Mother Hubbard? I hope you are having, well, I mean, to all of you, I hope you're having a splendid day. Man, Dinobot has just taken one feckin' screenie of me and is using it for all the alerts. Shenanigans. I have to tweak that in a bit. Lizzie, our Jarl Lord Caffeine is enjoying the fact that he doesn't have a shit ton of coursework. And was requesting that I reveal the contents of one of the boxes back here, but sadly I could not follow through with that order, as to disturb the ecosystem behind me is to invite chaos. How are you? Shackle's saying that they've had to break up a couple of civil wars in the Crimson Keep, which is what Shackle is calling their rat enclosure after Tales of Iron. Apparently the rat hammock we have seems to fit too, and the three rat boys keep having harsh words about which two it should be. Oh god. JP is asking if anyone's excited to play Lost Ark that's coming out. Honestly, I don't know a lot about it. I mean, okay, I'm aware of what it is. Like, it's a large-scale Diablo-esque like action RPG setup, but like, I don't know if it has any hooks beyond that. Biggs was just pointing out that the Battletech cartoon came out in 1994, and I quote, "That's a long time to hold on to so much hate." Well, still holding on to it. You know what, Biggs? I was also very against the Battletech cartoon until I found out the whole thing that it's in universe canon. The cartoon takes place in the Battletech universe. It is not a retelling, but the cartoon is Innosphere propaganda against the clans. And I love that. That changed my whole perception of it. And one could start to discuss about how the presentation of a piece of art can absolutely change your enjoyment of it. The idea that little teeny tiny tweaks that change how you view something can drastically change it from good to terrible. Or from terrible to good, I should say. Shackle was saying, as one might expect, in Shackle's rat enclosure, Reggie and Jay are getting along, but they're leaving Dennis out. And when Dennis tries to move in, Jay's like, "Oh, bad family!" Aww. Video game wise, Kisa says they've got their sights on Weird West. God, I remember hearing a lot about that one. There's a cowboy hunting title I got offered a key for, which I'm very curious to have a Blood West, which looks fascinating. It's a low poly like stealth first person game where you take on mystical creatures in the fictional Wild West. It looks kind of fascinating. Mal says they've been enjoying Legendary Tales, which is Diablo meets D&D, but in VR. Oh, nice! So you have to swing weapons, never get bored of half-swording Zweihander through a skeleton's eye socket. Yes! Then whipping his head at some friends. That sounds fucking glorious. I still remember the first time that I tried out the Oh, it was one of the early dinosaur VR games. And it was one of those, like, you stand in place and dinosaurs come at you, based on a pre-existing franchise, which the name escapes me. But the thing was, you could pick up the tiny dinosaurs, and I grabbed one, held it with a gun, I was like, you tell them. You tell them what you did here. And you tell them, I'm coming for them. And I just yote it with extreme force. But I didn't realise quite how much velocity I'd put on the fling. And so this poor tiny dinosaur goes full Unity physics. It spins like a Beyblade sideways. And when it hits the terrain, it just kind of goes... Brrr! I'm sure it was fine. Stammering says the 17 hours into Dying Light 2 so far. No bugs, one crash. When you switched API... Well, Stammering, I'm really glad you're having a good time with it. Another friend of mine's been playing it, and so far the only thing they'd mentioned to me is that the tutorial section is an hour and a half long. And then he made a little point about, it's kind of interesting that in a world where you need to play 2 hours before you can... Sorry, once you play 2 hours you can't refund, that the tutorial section is an hour and a half long. But no, Stammering, I'm so glad you're having a good time with it. Like I said, with industry predictions, if it looks like a project is going to be a disaster and it turns out that it isn't, no one loses. Like, again, video game development is very much like charting the seas. There's a certain amount of a science to it, but there's also a lot of chaos. The one I'm still expecting, though, friends, is that we're going to get like a last-minute delay on Elden Ring, or that Elden Ring will launch without multiplayer functionality. But what happens with that, who knows? But yeah, Mal, that sounds like a ton of fun. Oh, just in case any of you are doing a high and buy flyby, this is the game we're going to be playing today, which is Arctico. It is essentially Astroneer, but with sled dogs. Like, no monsters, no murders, just exploring this icy, icy world, finding out... the entirety of what's happened here, and, I don't know, just fishing and flying and just having a good time. We get sled dogs, so I'm happy. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier in the week, but I never intended for this to be a whole block of dog-based games. This was entirely unintentional. And obviously, I'm not complaining because I love dogs, but... It's something I find curious in a good way, you know? Where was... Lizzie said...
It's okay, we know you've had a few rough weeks.
Oh... No, it has been very hard. There's been a few dark nights, let me tell you. But I'm doing good. And Autozine, Wato, and good evening to you. Hello, friend. But yeah, the way I figure is like, everything happens so much. And everything's been happening an extra special amount of a lot in the last couple of days. So you know what? I'm more than happy to be the background noise to everybody's Saturday afternoon. Skim on through the ice, make friends with dags, fish a little. I think that's a good way to play. Yeah, Wolfcrad, that's the other thing. Everything tends to happen all at the same time, which should be illegal. Draconic, if you recognise the song, it means it's some flavour of Nintendo nonsense that you enjoy, and that's okay. Arctico has any gifts. Sorry, me being all over the place. Is that a boat full of 4 pugs in a dog sled? Yes, it is. I think that is appropriate. So what block is this? This is a chill version of a track from the Ocarina of Time. But you may have heard it in other places. I mean, it's Game Chops. It makes me very happy that Game Chops has become such a huge part of, like, internet culture, because DJ Cutman's a lovely human. It's one of those, like, you know, success couldn't happen to a better person. Alright, let me get my pad. Let's go meet our sled dogs. Hopefully this isn't a title where it takes us ages to actually, like, unlock our sled dogs, because I will be very sad. So for those of you who are doing New Year, New Galaxy, firstly, how's it going? Secondly, you do need to tell me, legally, you have to tell me the name of your interstellar race. As the creator of the Stablonians, I am always interested to hear people's pitches. Fiona made space penguins, which I thought was exceedingly cool. Alright, game is updated. Oh, and if you would not mind, dear friends, this is the old is that it? If you would not mind using your social media powers to give that tweet a punt, should help it get around. I mean, at very least, it's a gif of a lovely bunch of dogs. Now, please don't be stupidly loud. Video game! Of bloody course you are, Caffeine. Sorry. On the Stellaris match, Caffeine is the Mendrians, a race of spacefaring sharks. Oh, that is lovely and chill. Yeah, for those of you who are looking for nap time, I think we're going to be doing real well. Okay, this might have to be a mouse and keyboard number. For a sec. It's ever so slightly off. Yeah, I know this isn't bothering anyone else except for me, but There we go. And Draconic Dude, I do like the use your social media powers, but again, I'm kind of talking from a place of privilege when I ask stuff like that, because I'm lucky enough, I've already got my little check mark on Twitter, so I'm doing well, and because you lot yeet bits and gift subs and donate and stuff like that, I am able to make a living doing this. So unlike a lot of other creators, I'm not as beholden to the algorithm as others, but when it comes to Twitter, anything that contains a link, Twitter goes, "Ugh," which is why so many people do link in bio, except for link in bio is also a keyword that they've started to throttle using varying algorithmic nonsense maneuvers. So what can a numpty like me do? Game the system, you know? Because if you lot go, yeah, you know what, I'll throw a like on that, then it tricks the system into going, oh no, this is something that people care about, even though they wouldn't have seen it in the first place, so no one actually gets to judge whether or not they would have seen it. And the reason why I asked is because I feel like, especially today, like looking a lot at, because sadly, professionally, I'm on social media a fair wedge, and this is one of those days where there's a lot of chagrin, there's a lot of rage. And that's okay. A lot of it is entirely deserved, but you know, I just want to help break it up, you know? One of the things that I did this week is I chained up a bunch of video games that I love with some screenshots and just went, this is a game I love and here's why I love it. No call to action, no nonsense, just here's something I care about, because I really want to help break up people's timelines from just being, you know, nothing but, you know, rage and misery. Also, the amount of people that really love 7 Days to Die, way more than I... Oh, we get to name the dogs! Oh, we get to name the dogs. Why wasn't this on the feckin' Steam page? Should have been this should have been the first thing we saw. Checking the Steam page. You can name the dogs. This is going to be a good day, friends. It's going to be a very good day.
But can you pet the dogs?
I don't know. I don't know if we can pet the dogs. Shit. What do we call them? Like, we spent a large proportion of yesterday with Monster Hunter naming them after the varying pets of our household. So I feel like, you know, River and Amos could certainly do with a break. And Perun and Cleona were definitely doing the hard carry. Well, Perun was. Cleona was just hanging out. Lizzie would like to request that for comedy's sake, we keep Linda. Flex, Dibble, Claw, and Purr. Tootie, Tootie, McDog Booty. Oh. Sorry, friends. One of the things that, unfortunately, you're going to have to put up with me for a while is just telling dog stories, because I don't have a life right now. Literally, my... Hey! Shry, your timing is perfect! I will need raid defense, dear friends. A small army of tiny grubs to help defend! I don't know where I'm going with this bit. Shry, how are you doing? What ho, happy Saturday! How goes it? We are about to play a kind of like... I was going to say a chill survival game and then realised it's in the cold and it was a terrible joke. We're playing Arctico, which is a non-conflict sort of survival game. And we are on this like sci-fi Arctic mission with our little dog sled of dogs. And we're going to explore, we're going to build a base, and we're going to just have a good little day of it. Anyway, sorry. Shry, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. And friendos, if you're not following Shryku, please change that. And as you've come on in, Shry, we're taking name requests for the dogs. So far, the only solid request has been that we keep Linda for comedy purposes. Yeah, look at those friendos defending the house. Shry says that they were making a duck with a knife. You were cooking? Sorry. That was either very funny or very dark. Okay, I like stammering suggestion of Odin, Tamlat, Goliath, and Linda. What was the old one from the Little Book of Reading? It was like Fuzz, Suz, Cottontail, and Agamemnon. Yay! Good boy! That bing bong was Amos asking to go out. He's learned how to do it already. But I'm scared because this means he's very smart. Linda, Bob, Tina, Louise. Well, we've had requests to keep both Zeus and Linda. So I need 2 more really good names. However, I will be suspending my usual rule of dog naming conventions. My mum had a really good rule that when you have to name a dog, there's no point giving it a long, exceedingly complex name, because whatever you call it, you are going to have to yell across a crowded dog park full of people as your beloved fluffy friend is about to tuck into something they absolutely should not be eating. Oh, I like Cerberus, Zeus, Linda, and Fenrir. It does make Linda funny. Also, we've been playing a lot of Hades, so old Serby gets a... No, I don't like Serby. I need a better name. Big Red Dag. Cerberus, Zeus, and Linda. Domino's cute. And I guess Domino shortens to Dom, so he'd be like, Dom, do not eat that horse shit. Yeah, you can yell that out. And Cat. You know what? Just Cerberus, Zeus, Linda, and Cat. Excuse me, why is your dog called Cat? It's a very long story. Yeah, I like that. Start taking some pictures. Yeah, I like it. Cerberus and Zeus, and then Linda and Cat. Do you mean like Catherine? No. What's our flag colour? We've got some solid pride choices. Oh, that's horrible. The yellow and green is not pretty. See, that feels very Longshipian, but... Okay, Shry, Wolf, and Lizzie are all voting for blue-pink. Blue-pink it is! Alright, who are we? Well, we're definitely pasty pale. Okay, friends, whenever any game company tells you it's too difficult to add a femme body type to their video game, look at this. All right, masked body type, femme body type. That's it. That's all it takes. I guess is sci-fi snowsuit. Hair color. Let's go green. Who are we besides a dog lover? An excellent question. Randall Kenworth, Arctic Warlord. Yes! It's me, Matt Berry. What's up?
I'm so happy.
He did the thing.
No, I watched him. He walked into the hallway, looked over, he looked at me. Like, I wasn't getting eye contact, but I could see him in the periph.
Yeah.
He was just like, hmm. And then walked over to the door. Boop.
Bing bong.
And he's like, ooh, I'm so happy.
Oh, do you want to come say hi to Shry? Randall Kenworth, Arctic explorer. Shry says hi. Our boat's even got a cool flag on. Dear Randall Kenworth, we're very sorry about your mentor's passing. Dr. Garcia was an exceptional scientist and inventor. Her accomplishments have influenced the whole world. She left very clear instructions stating that, if anything happened, she wanted you to recover her documents and projects to continue her work. As you know, Dr. Garcia's mission and the work was a broad effort to improve many aspects of our lives, from clean energy production to agricultural experiments under very harsh conditions. She chose this island, Arctico, because it is terrain filled with research and experimentation opportunities. I know how to read. Would you like to follow a short tutorial at the start of your expedition? Your choice, friends. Do we want to just, risk it for a biscuit, or do we want to, actually learn how to mush some sled dogs? I mean, yes, Dr. Garcia was clearly the previous Arctic warlord. When one warlord falls, another must take its... I guess we're doing it. Okay. The game has decided for us. The saga of Randall Kenworth, Arctic warlord, begins. Indeed, Randall would never rush in. Randall assesses the situation properly and acts accordingly. In good snow personshipness. Okay, phone, I do know that New Year, New Galaxy is starting. Alright, welcome to Arctico. Oh, we can use a controller. This short instruction will teach you everything you must know in order to lead a successful expedition. These are the most important resources you'll be needing, which are... Oh, God. Oh. No, we are not using those controls. Friends, forward on the stick was also look up, and backwards was also look down. Alright. Q lets you build things. Lovely. We've got $5,000 to work with. So we need data... What was it? It was like data, food, and tech, I guess? Build a couple of solar panels, like in here or outside. I think indoor solar panels might not be the brightest idea we've had. Get it? Solar, brightest. I think I'm funny. Oh, so we can... Excuse me, so we can buy hardware in here and then... Puppies! Everything else this tutorial has to say isn't as important as these puppies! Degs. Zeus, Cerberus, Cat, and Linda. It wants us to build a couple of solar panels first, before I'm allowed to pet the dogs. Which, let's be honest, if you want Will to do something, you know, you need to... There we go. Oh, that's cool. They actually follow the sun. Alright. So it costs 140 tech. Oh no, so these... Okay, so these cost 100. Now wait a little while the solar energy has a chance for you to retrieve. Energy is now available. Energy will be used by most tools. Okay. That's cool. I assume we'll build up some automation systems as we go on. The next resource is hardware. We need to extract some ore. Go to any of these spots. So we just head on over, hold the drill, keep it going. Is Amos helping you go through all the cables?
No. Trying to get through the cables.
Is he being useful?
Never.
Not quite that smart. And yeah, Shrike, you're right. Cat might just be best dog. Well, see, Alan, you're right. The cat does have this unnerving habit of knocking stuff off the table, which is why we went to a tableless environment. The perfect place for a dog with a penchant for knocking shit over. And at Night Valen, we could probably construct an automated dog petting station, but would that not remove one of the few great joys? Okay, conversation question while I'm kind of... sorry, conversation question while we're having like a bit of a natter. Oh, this is cool. It even shows us how close we are to the next round of ore. How many of you reckon you could do this? Because I do not think that I could. But like, I'm not saying like Arctic survival, but like take this. So it's a sci-fi environment. You don't have to worry about food. You've got equipment to keep you warm, fed, healthy, safe. But you are millions of miles. Lol. I don't know what distance is. I make numbers up in my head. But aside from your 4 dags, no other peoples. Do you reckon you could do that? Okay, go to the hardware welder. Oh, it's a little 3D printer. There we go. Operation completed. Oh, need more resources. You now know how to produce energy and hardware. The next one on the list is data. So Lizzie and Draconic, I guess, same point. Orzines, maybe. Moose says, how's my internet connection? We'll keep going with this and we'll see whether or not we have internet. Wolfcrad said they could do it. Not indefinitely. I mean, heck no. Okay. Press Q. You're looking for the item below. Close your inventory and use those samples by interacting with the lab inside your base. Okay, oh, so here's the lab. We put in a sturdy sample. It's maybe one of the first times, friends, where we've encountered a game that I feel like it actually needs a... yeah. If we're gonna have house colours, we're gonna have house colours everywhere. Oh, sorry. To Redvix, I should have said thank you for the follow. Where are my feckin' manners? Alana says a year of this with a loaded up ebook and a Swips that they could manage. And Harmonious was saying they learned during lockdown they need the occasional human contact. I mean, I'm 100% aware that I could not do this. Oh, and we collect the data. Oh, missing samples. Okay, another critical thing to remember is to feed your dogs. Get close to any of the dogs and interact with them with the E key. You can feed them by clicking the fish icon in the radial menu. Alright, how you Puppers doing? Alright, well. Pet the dog! Pet the dog! Pet the dog! Okay. And you must also take proper care of yourself. By clicking the fish icon, you can start cooking. Oh, here we go. Energy required. Oh, gotta go harvest some.
Look, you can't pet just one of the 4.
I'm assuming you've all seen the meme of Persephone drunk crying over Cerberus being like, I cannot pet all of his heads at once. Bless you. Cook us up some food. Have a good time. Oh, Krypton's like, well, guess I'm buying this game. Now the fish is properly cooked, open the queue menu and select the food. Where's me food? Where's me snacks? Sorry, I'm gonna waste some resources, but... Look, it's a coffee plant! It produces coffee! This is a necessity! Alright, so how are we doing for... So we don't have any potatoes, we don't have any coffee. We've got a couple of mushrooms. That's a good point. Where is our food? Okay. The queue, find the food section by clicking the fish icon in the bottom left corner. Ah! Here we go. Cooked fish. Nom 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 nom. And there we go. So construction. Here's where we are. Holy crud, this map is big. Holy crud, look at how much we've got. Try finding some markers for some fish spots. And the question marks will be areas where we'll be, I guess, doing some... Alright, set a marker here. Well, we'll be, I guess, continuing the story. The GPS. Get on your sled and press Q to activate the GPS indicator. Okay, here we go. Alright, friends. Now you know the basics. You're ready to start your exploration of your research journey. Shift to make them go faster. Spacebar to change the camera. Look at our little base. I kind of want to go first person. Is that weird? Alright. So friends, without further ado, let's go. Oh, Orzine. So the story so far. We were basically bequeathed this research station by the previous Arctic warlord. I mean, researcher. Oh, hang on. I can't seem to boost the audio, friends. It's real. It's almost a little sad. It's the first time we've encountered a game which has made me go, oh, I wish I could make it louder, you know? Puppies, 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 puppies. Puppies, 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 puppies. A moosh. So, I guess, friends, if you're ever wondering, like, what would happen if, you know, Subnautica below... That's a train. Why is there a train? Alright, friends, we've got to explore that. Yeah, if any of you are wondering, like, what if Subnautica, but... Ooh. What if Subnautica, but wholesome? Oh! That scared the feck out of me. Okay, I am sorry. The audio levels have decided that they're going to be incredibly rebellious today. Alright. Let's do a spot of fishing. Ooh. Puppy, stay out of the water. Okay.
Did someone say train?
Did someone say train? Subnautica but not underwater? Do you mean Sublandica? You know what? I walked into that, and that's fine. Alright.
No. 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 Oh.
The old glorious terrors. Obscure some fishies with some train times. I'll look down so you can see the fish. Sorry, where are my feckin' manners? J-Pos, Andorf, Alnis, Crux. Thank you for throwing in some bits, Yor. Yor, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, okay. So it's like a little bash the button mini game. As soon as it gets a bite, I just have to mash E to do a whole bunch of fishing. Andorf, I didn't ask for a train. Did you ask for a train? Does anyone need a train? And Andorf, thank you for throwing some in for house order. I'm gonna try and catch as much fish as you can before the day is out. And it means I get to chat with you lots more, which is fucking cool. Ah, the fish got away. Lame. No one can say I ever bring you lot boring games. Like, they might not all be, like, Hades tier bangers. But no one can ever say, like, oh man, that Will guy sure does only play boring video games where people do shooty gun bangs. Also, the thing I've noticed about this title as well is that this definitely feels like a small or one-person team style project. There's a lot of simple UI to make up for, like, animation time. Excuse me. To make up for animation time. And I'm always, you know from me, friends, like, I am always curious about titles that are able to convey a really good experience without having to sacrifice, like, you know, the quality of stuff. Oh, it says, come back tomorrow. The fish are done. Wolfgrad pointing out that if we're in the Arctic Circle, waiting until... Oh, I just got an auto swim. That's great. Waiting until morning might take months. Catastrophe, have a lovely rest of your weekend, friend. All right? And, like, cheers for stopping in. Zeus and Cerberus and Kat and Linda. I kind of want to check out the... we can't check our PDA while we're driving. Smart. Alright, so... There's home. We can basically swing by the trains before heading back. I don't know if that's safe, but meh. Okay, blueprints, we don't have any. And nothing on average daily production so far. Alright. Alright, come on, puppers. Puppies! Sorry, Durry, did I say thank you? I hope I did. I can navigate through the ice. We can check out whatever this feckin'... Why is there a train here? Also, how feckin' gorgeous is this game? Oh, puppies! I don't know if you can actually reverse a sled. Sorry, everyone's gonna get a little damp. It's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, this feels like a sock pop tier creation in a good way. That's definitely a choo-choo. Is that a tractor? Does anyone want me to pick them up anything from the dining car while I'm here? Ooh. We just found $2,000. This is free coffee. Another $2,000. What's this? From this window, life is rendered in the most beautiful colours, and each new landscape is always more exciting than the last one. Ah. Oh, we can have a nap here. That's pretty cool. But it's a little open to the elements. It's a little start of a horror movie. Orzine would like a BLT with spicy mustard. Okay, I'll hit the dinner car, see what we can pick up. Sorry, friends, where are my manners? All of you. Thank you for, like, 2 trains in as much time. It's fucking cool of you. Thank you. Let's see what we have here. Some raw materials, unprocessed, and... what's this? A bit more in the way of raw materials. Seems like this vehicle is stone dead. But let's be honest. Usually I'd be all about having like a cool tank tractor thing. But we have a sled with cool sled dogs. Like, no offense, but you're on your own, tank tractor. You are on your own. Oh, anyway, let's get back free. It's too cold for the puppers. Oh, Lizzie, I tell you what, I'll DoorDash you a Coke. I should have picked one up while we were in the dining cart. Oh. Alright, puppy's gonna be a bit damp. But I, for one, don't mind that damp dog smell, you know. Alright, how they doing? Doing pretty good. I might actually cook them up some food. Oh, and we'll... So yeah, I think as we progress, we start like being able to like store and acquire more power. Got our cool little binoculars. Ooh! Well, that sure is a blinking light in the distance. Yeah, Ozzy, like, if you live with dags... Cook up some fish for dinner. You make sure the kiddos have something fresh for breakfast. You know how it is. Study an extra sample. So we can buy hardware, but we can sell data and fish. Oh, okay. So the raw ore gets turned into hardware. Alright, I get it. Input data to produce simulations to get more data the next day. Allows you to collect data from samples. Wind turbines keep working at night. And a light. We'll turn the light on when it starts to fade. Yeah, we don't have close to any of that. A seedling terminal for selling crops. Okay. So a sled garage. The dogs will sleep here. They'll spend much less energy overnight and can also be used for fast travel from your map. Advanced heated facility. Comes with some training terminals. Can be upgraded for living quarters. Platform. Elevator. Lovely. A glider launcher. We get a plane? Feckin' yo! And an upgradable heated facility. Cool. We've got lots to do. Oh, and Compliment Cap, how are you doing this afternoon? Or this evening, or the happy some amount of time. How are you? Need more power. We've got enough to build an additional solar panel. Like, it's not going to do diddly squat right now, but at least as the morning comes in, get ourselves a nice little solar farm going. And then, yeah, I guess our goals will be get a nice round of food supply going, see if we can find some places to drill from. Oh, we need power for cooking as well. Alright, nap time. Oh, Orzine says they once lived in a house with 2 pit bulls and 2 dachshunds? Fucking hell. It's our little base. It's very cool. God, I'm trying to think most dogs I've lived with. I've never lived with more than 2 dogs, but I guess 2 with occasional bouts of friendos. Oh, yeah, you kids need some food. Hot fish. Hot fish. A hot fish. Oh, okay, sorry kids at the back. Getting cold fish. Sorry. Can you forgive me, puppy? I only gave the ones at the back cold fish instead of hot fish. My jolly son. Amos has come to say hello. Colin McCabe is in the process of attending the coveted bed rest. We'll be attempting to make dinner tomorrow for a 400... Okay, we'll be attempting to make dinner tomorrow after a 4,000-year-old recipe. I think there are some newer ones you can use. Sorry. I don't mean to tell you your business, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, there's newer stuff you can get. So we'll hoover up this. Could go get some fish.
Proposal: HP characters make for excellent dad names. Come on, Cornelius, let's play fetch. Gilroy, take that out of your mouth.
Not a bad one, not a bad one. Again, does it pass the eating something they shouldn't at a dog park rule? Now, you know, English countryside is pretty much where I grew up. And there are two things that are like just the siren song for puppers. 1, horse poo, don't ask me why. 2, silage. Silage being pickled grass. Can we afford to weld some hardware? Can afford to weld a little bit. That needs a lot more. I'm not doing too bad. Oh, got a requires requires a nearby crop silo. Use the misc builder to create one. Elevator, platform, foundation ramp, hardware welder, 4x4 grid, misc fabricator. A one-time use fabricator will deploy tools and decorations.
Fermented grass. Isn't that cheap booze?
I mean, you're not far off. You're not far off. I'm just sorry. I'm trying to find the thing it just told us, which was all right. Use a misc builder to create one. All right. Not enough resources. Oh, we're just shy of. All right. Here's another. Need more power. Alright, that should be enough to get us another round at processed materials. So yeah, for those saying, so silage is pickled grass. Basically, if you've ever seen hay bales, what they do is they take hay bales and they wrap them in this big black kind of plastic sheet. It's all a combine automated process. And the idea is it's food for animals throughout the winter because it keeps forever. Crud vapors. Sorry about that. But yeah, whatever it is about feckin' silage is just the most delicious nonsense for dogs, and it makes them so sick. And the farts are so potent. Like, dog owners in the house, you know what I mean. Alright, our little... Oh, that's cool. It doesn't actually ask us to change our resources if we want to move these solar panels around. So 10 out of 10 for this game getting a... Yeah, I can just pick it up and put it back down again. Like, things that shouldn't be revolutionary ideas, but are. Also, let's actually... Well, I'm sure this isn't great in terms of, like, solar collection. Bunching them up saves me a walk. Okay. So let's have a look at our resources. We've currently got 3 fish. That's not enough to feed ourselves and the dags. So we kind of need to combine some more fishing today along with a little bit of research. I mean, sorry, so we checked out this fishing spot here. There's another fishing spot over to this way. Absolutely not going out into the deep dark. God, this map is huge! And around here, there seems to be some, like, fragments of structure. Alright, so we're going to hit here. But what we're going to do is we're going to head to these little structures. Oh, you can't see them. So we're going to head to these structures here and then come back around. Because we've got to make sure our puppies are fed. Alright, kids. It's high-speed snack time. Hey! The Robotron! What, oh friends? Come one, come all! How are you doing, friend? Hang on, can I pause this? I can. Hello, welcome. Okay, we have a lot of people, so I'm actually gonna need raid defense on our side. Send forth an army of friendos that we might protect ourselves from these raiders. Sorry. I don't know why, I'm feeling very extra today. Robotron, what ho and welcome. How are you doing? Elves fight. Thank you for the feckin' follow. Alright, who's in? Not really here. Cinnamon Robin. Elves fight. Nala. Deepest Blue Dragon. That's bluer than your regular flavour of dragon. Bobby Zeal. Zambatqua. Zambatka. Syria Fox. Thank you for the post follow. I don't even know what words are. Zaraster Mouse. Grumpy Steen. Aurelian Retro. The Tenacious Wench. That is an exceptional name. Sira's saying that the Robo raids to loot our gains. Joke's on you! These guns have no ammo! Clipped Crows, thank you for following. How are you all doing? Hello! Welcome! Askman informing us that it's not a cult, which is good because it is not a cult. Margaret, thank you kindly for the follow. What else we got in? Hello! Yo! To the Robotron, how are you doing? Thank you for bringing your lot in. I hope your stream was exceptional. What were you up to? How's it going? Is that Ratarasta Mouse? Okay, so this game is called Arctico, and it's basically, if you can imagine Astroneer being like Arctic exploration, it's a non-conflict survival game. You've inherited a research base in the Arctic, and it's your job to continue your predecessor's work, explore this massive open Arctic environment, feed your 4 sled dogs, which we've named Zeus, Cerberus, Linda, and Cat. Cat the dog. The County Hatter went from John to find themselves in a Robotron raid. There we go. And Fictional States, thank you also for the follow. So this game is, again, similar to Astroneer in that there aren't monsters lurking in the darkness. There isn't anything ready to break through the ice and feckin' kill us. This is just this calm, rolling icescape for us to explore. We've only really been playing it for like half an hour or so, and this is only our second day. I should probably introduce myself as well. To those of you who have just joined us, my name is Will, and it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I worked in the games industry for 10 years, primarily on the Total War franchise, but I did a stint at Improbable and Rocketworks, and through a series of hilarious life cock-ups, I ended up becoming a full-time streamer. So I do this for a living. So I'm sincerely grateful for all of you coming in. I don't know if Robotron is still lurking and irking, but if so, what was his stream about? What was he up to? Tell me the tales. Or if you're still here, like, thank you. And yes, Stammering Gamer, that's the same as the Dark Room, John Robertson. I blept at him, like, intermittently on Twitter, so I wouldn't claim to know him at all. At some point, I've been wanting to steal him for, like, an interview and talk about doing stuff like the Dark Room. You know, these kind of, like, interactive experiences that we're seeing unfurl, especially during, like, lockdown and stuff like that. Oh, shit! Syria Fox says he was doing a Dark Room game in the stream itself. Feckin' yo! I'm sorry I missed that. But yeah, all of you have just joined us. Hello.
Wait, if we named one of them Cat, how did the other three not end up being Rimmer, Lister, and Crichton?
Ah, because we're dingleberries, that's why. Shackle, that would have been a great setup. But Lizzie requested that the dog named Linda remain Linda. And obviously, Moose asked for Zeus, so that's why we had Cerberus. Then Shraiku brought a raid in and requested one of them be called Cat, as in Cat the dog. Oh good! The Chainsawmen are here! Brilliant! Ah, what's that? 10 to 5 on a Seattle afternoon? Better start my chainsaw. Welcome to my life, friends. Welcome to my life. Indeed, Alnus. Rip and tear till the job is done. So yeah, this is a... I wouldn't go so far as to call this cozy core because, you know, you still have to... you still have to gather resources. You still have to explore, you know... Until we have a heated kennel for the dogs, they burn through a lot more energy staying warm at night, so we have to feed them more. Rustala's like, you know what? This is just like living in rural Lincolnshire. No noise. Oh, sorry. Why you like living in rural Lincolnshire? Yeah. So I grew up in West Sussex, down near like Chichester way. So I grew up in the arsehole end of nowhere. And I'm kind of the other end of the spectrum in that city living does suit me much better. Not so keen on it when I'm trying to, you know, record things or talk to people with my voice noise face, but in terms of the being able to go and do stuff when it's not plaguey plague times, city living suits me much better. Stammering's like, ugh, Southerners. It's fine. Well, Sirafox, we're here like 5 days a week. I try and focus on weird and different and strange indie games. So if you want to stop on by, I will do my very best. Or when it comes to like nattering about the games industry, having worked in it, I'm still a massive... Oh, cool, a giant skeleton of... Sure, nothing bad there. Actually, let me check the map, because I'm doing that thing that people do in the snow, and they're like, oh, look, it's just over here. Not realising how far that is. Yeah, no, we're going to head on over to that side and then go for a... Rustalo's like, I'm from Essex, and thus the worst type of southerner. So we played a game earlier this week called Skinwalker Hunt, which is a terrible title. But the game itself was very curious. It was like, you know, like Modern Hunter versus the Supernatural type game. Oh, come on, puppies. Let's go around. Damn puppies. I don't actually think this game's outputting sound right now. Alright, so... I think we need to go check that out before we go fishing. But I was trying to explain to American individuals what the concept of the Midlands is. And how what is and is not the Midlands is one of the biggest indicators for where someone has grown up in the UK. You know, if someone's kind of talks about, like, you know, Derby and places like that being the Midlands, though, you can tell they've had a breadth and depth of an upbringing. If they describe Tottenham Court as the north of England or the Midlands, then you know they might be a bit of a crumb bum. I guess we drill for research samples? Yeah. Stammering says, meanwhile, I'm the best northerner, a Yorkshireman.
Isn't the Midlands defined as not where I'm from?
You're not wrong. Most people who grow up in the Midlands spend a larger portion of time explaining to people why they're not from the Midlands. You want to see a bad idea in real time? Ah, P-balls. Okay, so we need power to retrieve... We need power to get the little computer working. The cave elevator systems must be fixed. Alright. Now, do I have enough resources to plant a flag? I do. From the Great British Pastimes. Name this as Cool Elevator. Okay, so for those of you who just came and joined us, like, how would you how in the feckin' heck do you explain the Dark Room streams to someone who hasn't seen them? Because I've been sitting here trying to explain to my lot, but thinking of how to explain it to my lot, and I don't know how I would do that. Oh, Grumpy Steam was just saying that as someone from the US can confirm the definition of the Midlands is confusing and seems unique for every person he talks to. Yup. I should also say, friends, I'm based out in Seattle, Washington these days. I moved out here for a job a while back, and the job ended up being a unmitigated disaster. But it is a part of the world that I love, and so I ended up sticking around. And then I ended up streaming full time. So that's my story in a nutshell. Puppies. Puppies. Amos. River doesn't want to play. River, stop playing with the squeaky toys so he thinks you want to play. Okay, sorry, it's our dogs. Alright, come here. Hey, puppies, come here. Come here. River, come settle down. So Grumpy was saying that the explanation for the Dark Room is it's a live-action text adventure in the vein of an 80s text adventure where you get killed arbitrarily every time you make a wrong move. And you enjoy it. Or else. You know what? I think that's a good way of describing it. Alright, let me just move the camera a second. Just so you know, like, in terms of dags, we've got River just sitting down there, being a cutie patootie. Also, again, to those of you who have just been introduced to my dumb self, we moved into this place, like, what, about a month ago? And the move was a huge disaster. So we're still kind of... we're still working on getting this place, like, up to snuff. I actually got a friend coming around later on this evening for the sole purpose of just helping. So that should be good. Alright. And this area... it's right good. I don't actually know how long we have in a day before, like, the puppies start getting restless. Oh, they're doing fine. Cerberus, Zeus, Cat, and Linda. A few more raw materials. Oh, crud vapors. Okay, so our little hand drill does require power. So yeah, we're gonna need to focus on getting our solar farms up to snuff. On the plus side, the buoys signal where we can go get some more food. So there we go. Ristala says they hate moving now. Took half a year to move to where they are now and lived in an Airbnb for 5 months. Ugh. Well, I mean, okay, I get to tell you all. These poor Longshipians have had to hear this story 18,000 times, but I get to tell you these stories because you haven't heard them. So, haha! So the TLDR. So I was born in the US. I got moved over to the UK when I was barely a year old. So I'm a US passport holder. Hooray! I guess. However, I did not do my research properly before moving out here. So I was under the impression that, you know, because I'm a passport holder, yeah, I can just move out here. I can just work out here. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. Turns out, as a wee Barbie, I never got given a social security number. I was aware of this. My sister was in a similar vein, but she was born in the UK to US parents. Well, turns out that acquiring a social security number for me would not be the 10-day process that it was for my sister. Oh no, it would be a 10-month process, during which time I could not legally work. Hooray! A very good friend of mine let me stay on his couch for that period. And that's how I ended up doing this full-time, because he was working as, I believe, a legal aid, and would let me use his rig during the day to stream, because I'd done some streaming in my previous jobs, and, you know, it's something I really feckin' enjoy. What's up?
He's in timeout.
Oh, is he in timeout?
He's picking on Atticus.
Oh, little bastard. Do you want to... We had a whole bunch of people just come on in, so if you want to introduce one of our multitude of guinea pigs.
He's real pissed off.
This is Atticus.
No, this is Pippin.
This is Pippin. Oh, my brain. Hello, Pippin. He is one of 6 guinea pigs that we have in our house, and he is occasionally a teeny tiny little asshole.
He is pissed. So he was picking on his cage mate, and I told him no, and then he came back and he was like, "No, I'm still gonna fuck with my cage mate," and Atticus sounded in distress, so I just swooped in.
Yep.
Nabbed him out, and I was like, "All right, do we need to do like a 48-hour detox again before we rebond?"
Apparently, we might need to. Yeah, so Jay Post, you're right. We're at 6 guinea pigs, 2 dogs, 2 humans, and the Gundams.
And the Gundams.
Oh.
The river.
Put a little face down here. So, Marguerite, in terms of the video game, the day-night cycle seems to be kind of... Hang on, I'll show you the little face around here, being like, oh, yes, ready to help with the guinea pig? Are you ready to help with the guinea pigs?
Yes.
Sorry, like...
Nom, nom, nom.
Like, those of you who have just joined us, and I'm giving you our life feckin' stories in the first 5 minutes. You can see Amos being his rambunctious self in the background. Yo,
he's talking to me the way he talks to me by going, by booping me and then, like, looking at me, and I'm like, I don't know what you want from me right now.
Probably attention, because he's had all the things. This game, by the way, is gorgeous. It's so calming. It's all the bits that I really liked from, like, Subnautica and building games, with none of the shit trying to kill you. We have our dog sled, we have our little house, we go fishing, we do science shit.
Very nice.
Miyaki Sakura's asking how Amos is with the nuggets.
He hasn't eaten them.
I would take that as a fucking win.
He's curious. Like, when I put him near them, or them near him, I guess, in a controlled and very, very controlled situation, he just sniffs. He's very confused. He's like, what in the... is this?
JP's asking if we can do some, like, betting on what mix Amos turns out before we get the results back.
I mean, sure. Y'all
Yep.
want to do that?
We haven't bought the testing kit yet, so yeah, if you want to do like a little prediction, a prediction gambit on What is Amos? I'm down for that.
Yeah, I gotta do that research. I'll sit down and do that now. Since I've got the computer all about me. Right now, you stop being a little bossy asshole. Ye mighty guinea pig who thinks he is hot shit.
Professor.
Woo!
Hooray! It's only my shit.
Well, you needed to tuck it in with the bed a little.
I did.
Rip-a-doodle. River back. Well, there's nothing doing about it right now.
There's nothing to be doing about it right now.
It's fine. It's fine. Those are very durable.
Friends, that was my as yet unset up pinboard. Eating shit.
It's okay.
Give some character, I guess.
Yeah. Weathered. Alright, hey buddy. Say hello.
Yeah, he can fucking earn his keep for a change.
Just be cute.
Thankfully, it sounds like glass. It's not.
Yeah, it's not glass. You okay, bud? There you go.
But yeah, the guy who brought a raid in, Robotron, he does this really cool interactive show. He used to do like live kind of sort of comedy shows in the UK, and then switched to doing like interactive stuff during lockdown, and they're fucking brilliant.
Nice.
I keep meaning to bug him for an interview to come like hang out and chat with everybody, except for real life keeps getting in the way.
Yeah.
And Chorby! Yeah, guinea pigs, tiny hand-sized puppies. Although a good friend of ours described guinea pigs as, what was it? Oh, there we go. That's where we need to go. What was it? A huge personality in a tiny package. And it's so accurate. Anyway, Chorby, how are you doing, friend? Oh, and you're darn right this is a bullet sponge shirt. Some proper classic loading ready run goodness. Grumpy Steen with tried to smash the patriarchy and missed. Happens a lot. Also, according to my numbers, there are currently 69 of you. Nice, nice, nice. I'm legally obliged to point that out. It is, in fact, the sex number. Okay. But, see, this is where the challenge of this game currently comes in. Is like, we only get so much power per day. We need power to do just about everything. Turn resources into like usable kit. Run the oven, run our tools, research data, all the good stuff. Oh, puppies. There we go. All right. Good puppies. How are they doing? Yeah, they're doing fine. Are we doing better? What we could really stand to do is build a wind turbine, but we don't have... See, we need more power to go and unlock whatever that little maintenance shaft is, get it like up and working. And the wind turbine works even at night. Okay. Aw. Even the our puppies have started to settle down. Okay. I'll process some additional material so we can get some more fucking power farms going. Because like, right now, that's desperately what we need. Oh, Stammering Gamer, I didn't see you saying you were going to make a move. If you're still mildly lurking, have a wonderful rest of your night, alright? That's 50. I don't know if we need... if we need cash for anything else. We've got 7 grand. I don't know what we can spend it on. Currently, we've got a lot of raw fish. But it would be nice to actually make a proper cooked breakfast for the puppers. Oh, it's 10 per cook? Oh, no. Alright, sorry kids, but I gotta have myself a proper dinner. Wait, we can feed penguins? Oh, this is glorious. Alright, nap time for us, but yeah. We are absolutely going to go find some feckin' penguins. Thankfully, Caffeine, this is a weaponless game, so I couldn't do that crime even if I wanted to. Right. We got power across the board. Here we go. Oh no, it's the dog Popo. And yeah, we can get one more solar panel up and going. Then we'll get some nice raw materials, get it all set up. It's lovely. Anyway, before we had my pinboard eat shit, what were we chatting about, dear friends? I think I was telling, like, my personal stories of getting out here. Suffice to say, I was never an individual that sat down and went, I'm going to stream forever. I did kind of fall into it. And I'm going to be honest, thoroughly feckin' enjoy it. One of the cool things about it is definitely being able to share weird and fresh and interesting games with people. Like, while this game has been out for a while, I only found out about it very recently. And it's kind of cool. Yep, no guns in this. But definitely fish and pets for all the dogs. Yeah, you gotta pet the dog. This is a legal requirement in video games now. And so far, it has been really relaxing. Like, it still has that survival mechanic where it's like, alright, we've got to kind of plan our day. Now, what we could do is head back to the cool elevator here and consider using the stuff that we found. But according to my binoculars, there's possibly something over here. So, like, where's my binoculars? Yeah, so over here, there seems to be the remnants of a little base. And there's definitely something there. If we have a look at our resources, we've got enough fish to keep everybody fed for at least a day. Oh, and Shry, welcome back, friend. We got a big old raid. It's feckin' glorious. You were the vanguard of a large influx of individuals. Okay, so I have also found a bug where if I tab out before I finish doing a thing, I lose everything. Good work, Will, you big dingleberry. Alright, let's go check out those two camps, because I know where we're at. We've got enough food and resources to last another day. We could certainly use a bit more power. But let's see what we find. I also want to check out whatever this, like, big hole cave is. So Grumpy says it looks like this entire game has been made by 2 people over about 8 years. That's lovely. Like, okay, I understand from like a consumer perspective, like that kind of slow form game dev can be a little infuriating, especially if you really fall in love with a game, because you know we want our games to be the best they can be. But one of the things that's so lovely about the games industry right now is that you don't have to be a huge, monstrous AAA game to make the thing you want to make. In fact, in some regards, it can... Ooh, damn dog. It can be detrimental. But the idea that you can work on something like this that's your passion project, I think that's really inspiring, you know? Grumpy Teen says that the main dev's Twitter says the official release will be on February 15th. Oh, feck! I started playing this a little bit too early, didn't I? Alright, let's see what we've got here. Okay, dogs. Just park the sled. Yo, is that an ice Stonehenge? Right, we've got a little research station here. That's cool. Check it out! Tiny ice Stonehenge! Or is it just an ice henge? Okay, over 2 decades of walking and studying this terrain, and I no longer know if I did it for my work or because I simply fell in love with the land and its silence. Sometimes I really feel I was born to be here, as if the island has been calling me from across the oceans my whole life. Okay. So we used a little bit of power on this, and that gave us a little bit of research. Oh, God! Oh, shit, the bed! Okay, so good news. Good news, I come with a parachute. Oh, interesting. There seems to be like some abandoned stations. The interesting thing is, like, the sheer size and scale of this game makes it difficult to draw distance, which I think is a real thing. Grumpy Steen adding, it's nice not to fall to your death. Yes. But there's definitely something to be said for... There's a cool elevator. We're here. There's a lot of... difficult to maneuver terrain where we're at. Oh wow, we went entirely a different direction. Alright, there's another potential facility over here, so we'll keep going a little while longer. Like I said, we've got enough we've got enough food and resources to last us the day. Sorry, the reason I wanted to highlight what Grumpy Steen was saying is that the whole concept of like fall damage and stuff like that is something that I find fascinating. Because in some regards, fall damage isn't too dissimilar from like lives and continues. It's something that we've come to expect from games, but doesn't always improve it. As my friend made a few comments back when Overwatch was still relevant, but saying that Overwatch doing away with munitions is a... What the fuck? Alright. The other thing that I'm thoroughly enjoying about this game is this... Because there are no direct threats, it's nothing but like exploration and wonder. We don't have to worry about sharks coming from the great beyond and chewing my face off. We can just see something really curious and go, feck yeah, let's check it out. Sorry, the thing I was adding was, there's a lot of things we do in video games that we do because we do them. Like everything must have, you know, clips and reloads and munitions and things like that. Kind of fascinating when looked at from a gameplay perspective, like, how much does that add in terms of challenge? How much does that add in terms of enjoyment? You know, this game would not be improved by breaking your leg, crawling through the ice for 3 hours, and then dying of hypothermia. Oh, Insane Scott's adding, maybe there's an anglerfish just tucked somewhere away. How are we doing for... Oh, there's plenty of time in the day. But also, like, don't get me wrong, friends. I fecking love The Long Dark. It's a cracking game. I'm going to see if we can make it to that sphere before we head back. Sorry, I love games like that. I thoroughly enjoy DayZ, The Miscreated, etc. It's that thing of, when does challenge add to the experience? One of the things that we used to talk about a lot was, especially in early DayZ, broken limbs weren't fun unless you were already part of a huge group of people, because the amount of resources required to heal a broken limb, rather than just have someone dump all their stuff, pick it up, and then have them kill their character, was kind of counterintuitive. It was almost as if, and I know this wasn't a creatively intentional choice, but it was almost like being told, you know what, like, if you break a leg in this game, in this Zombocalypse, you're done. You're toast. Good night, Gracie. Ooh, this place looks right fancy. Ooh, new objects. Oh, so the Misc Fabricator lets us fabricate things that we found. So what's this? Sometimes I remind myself that courage is the most important asset of any explorer. No set of young legs will get you up a mountain if your heart is not in the right place. I'm old, but I still got courage. It's like me walking into a Wetherspoons. Don't drink a Wetherspoons, it's terrible. Ooh, alright, and we got one workshop blueprint. Now, what do we use those for? Use the elevated vertical base. Study dark matter, simulations, glider, telescope. I might be making a breakthrough. I'll finally be able to perfect the thermic controllers on my incubators, and the plants are growing stronger. I've been smiling the whole day. Jumping back in. So, Grumpystein, I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like, the idea of, you know, games being a form of escapism, but more, like, from an artistic standpoint, what is your game trying to make you feel? Is it trying to make you feel scared, alone? Is it trying to make you feel strong and powerful? You know, are you meant to come away from this feeling like the bestest, biggest badass in the whole galaxy? Or, you know, someone who really did go out and explore the great beyond? What is it trying to make us feel? And then how do those experiences convey those feelings? Sorry, it was a bit of a wanky nonsense sentence from me there, I apologise. But the idea of how these games trying to make us feel. Like, this game does not need I'm out of power. Does not need a disease system. It doesn't need a calorie management intake. That would not improve the experience. A really interesting game that came out, I mean, I guess now it's quite a while ago, but in my head it feels recently, was a game called Scum. And where the pissing hell are we? Are we here? Is that us? No, I don't think that's us. Scum being another kind of like shoot and survive and, you know, murder other players to continue, etc., etc. Mildly fascinating. But in terms of its simulation level, it would simulate the vitamins from the food that you got from consuming varying resources. Ah, numbers. Wellity, wellity, wellity. How are you doing, friend? We're just hanging out with some dags. Just making some friends. How are you doing? Moose was adding that it reminds me of the quote to attribute to Margaret Mead, an anthropologist. Asked what she thought was the first sign of civilization. Ah, yes, I love that quote. And she said a femur with evidence of healing from a break, because it meant that people expended time, effort, and resources to help someone else. Yes. That there was enough communication and thought to, protect the sick while they healed. Yeah, that is fascinating. And I love that quote. I meant more from, in terms of a gameplay standpoint, sometimes we have to consider the pure mechanical rather than the empathic. Alright, what is the cost of death in a survival game? Depends on the survival game. In DayZ, the cost of death is you lose everything you have on your person and you start again on the coast. So if you're playing with a group of friends, it's an inconvenience cost. They have to go to the coast and pick you up, or you have to make a blind run from the coast to them. You have nothing to lose, but your friends have everything to lose. But it does mean that something as complex as a broken limb in that game, and the resources required to fix and expend it, almost pushes the user into leaving their friends for dead, unless they have a huge, well-established group. Which is kind of cool, except for it's a PvP title. So that creates a situation where the haves versus the have-nots is a drastic gap. I don't know, sorry, I guess to Grumpy Steen and people who have just found my dumbass for the first time today. So, I'm massively afraid of the open ocean. Deep water scares the shit out of me. And a very good friend of mine, Thor, bullied me into playing Subnautica. And there are some clips down in the doobly-doo if you want to check them out of me losing my shit. But the thing was, the experience of Subnautica was so exceptional that it kind of carried me through it, if you know what I mean. I had a genuinely good time with that game, and I did not expect to. How are we doing for resources? So we're slightly better for power now, but we don't have much. Yeah, let's process some resources. Woohoo! Nothing so far. Okay, this one-time fabricator to produce resources. Alright, well, maybe we need to work on constructing another fab? No. Sorry. Chorby says, I think the fear of the open ocean is why you moved from England. I mean, guilty as charged? Kind of digging these little solar farms we got going on, though. I will say that I've made a very, very conscious effort to live in places in the world that have very temperate climate and very few sharks. And so, Chorby was also adding that, at least on the US coast, keep one eye on the ocean, move inward. See, I'd agree with you, except for, I've checked the stats, and the number of shark attacks in mainland America is not 0. You'd think it would be. It not. Alright. Cooked fish for us for dinner. trading system. Sell 2 terabytes for 1k. That big data, I guess. 20 fish for $1,000? Fucking yo. Oh, okay, so we could have... My dumbass could be buying more stuff here. So while I've been struggling for resources, could have just been hoovering them up. Hello, it's me, a dingus. Alright. A little bit of water for everybody before bed. And then we'll have food for them in the morning. Agadaniki, that sounds terrifying. We're saying that in Cali, went to the zoo, and they had one of those open tanks where you could pet the stingrays. Only they had some gigantic stingrays plus 2 big old nurse sharks, larger than a man, just chilling in the water. Now, Numbers was asking, so is this Arctic Subnautica? Well, it's closer to Astroneer, in the sense that there's no monster, there's no threat. Like, nothing is actively trying to kill us. Oh, and Grumpy Steen, thank you kindly for the follow, yo. Wait, what? Check it out. This is our base. It's very cool. And I'm going to put a bunch of stuff behind it, so when we wake up in the morning, we have cool stuff. Oh, C222 was asking, Agadaniki, which zoo was that? Alright, get some water. Don't have enough power to start researching the stuff and things. How are the puppers doing? Oh, they need more food. Yeah, we'll have to do a couple of fishing trips next. We've got a lot of research data. We just need the power to process it and send it back to base. So... Shit, yeah, Miyaki Sakura, I'm already imagining my future base. You gotta dream big, friend. Dream big. But no, the reason why I wanted to bring up Subnautica was because the fear definitely carried me through that. But what was fascinating was the way in which they used the survival mechanics. See, early on, you're struggling for food and for water. But in Subnautica, by the time you get towards the end, like, those things are... They're a consideration, certainly, but... You know, if you've got your shit together, you're not worrying about, you know, food and water resources because you've got enough, like, you know, you've got enough fucking melons and processed water to keep you alive for 1,000 years. In Subnautica Below Zero, I was partial to the old chopped pepper salad. But what's interesting is that those mechanics are designed to keep you from getting into trouble early on. You need to eat, you need to drink. So what you can't do is just point yourself in a direction and swim forever until you get gored by some horrible monster from the deep. It's not a system designed to punish you. It's a system designed to keep you from getting punished. And I find that fascinating. You can't break limbs in Subnautica. You know, it doesn't punish you for eating the same kind of food repeatedly. And I find that fascinating. Now, I could wax lyrical about Subnautica all day. I recently watched a series of videos on... Actually, yeah, let's get some more solar panels going. I recently watched a series of videos on the flora and fauna of that world. Again, incredibly fascinating. Oh, can we afford a tiny base? Platform, advanced heated facility, sled garage. Yeah, no, we're going to have to... We're going to have to process a lot of data to be able to afford the sled garage, but I'm down for it. God, here's me losing my train of thought. Yes, I could wax lyrical. I got watching a video series about the ecology of Subnautica told from the perspective of like a fake documentary, which, you know, sign me up for that level of weirdness. Oh, don't quite have enough power. And And yeah, we need to go fishing. But we can sell some data. And it's 5k for resources there, so. Alright. So Harmonious, actually, I'll pause it for just a second so I can just share it with you, because I've been thoroughly enjoying the series. They've done both Subnautica and Below Zero, but again, what it got me to think about was how Subnautica paces the environment and it uses survival mechanics to both tell a story and convey an experience. There's never any mechanics in that are just there for the sake of it. There's no wasted space, and that's something that I'm internally fascinated with, you know? Alright, where you at? Biology of Subnautica, Biology of Subnautica Below Zero. Here we go. The Biology of Subnautica. I tell you what, I'll put the... Oh, I like this video. I'll put the link in Discord. We have a lovely little Discord of our own. If you'd like to go check it out, you are cordially invited. There we go. All right. Back once more into the icy fray. So yeah, sorry, these are the things that I do like thinking about, is because if you're going to put stuff into your title to mess with the player, to make things challenging, to really give them like a run for it, then the question kind of becomes like, what are you looking to do with that? What are you looking to say with that? Okay, let's check this out. Okay. Oh. Okay, that is feckin' glorious. You can just place down little grids to organize everything. Thank you. Yes, please. Costs us a tiny bit of resources, but just gotta go ahead and say it. Worth it. And the grids even snap to grid. Sign me up. Yes, please. Lovely. Might as well just hoover up the power now. Although we need to go fishing, so... I think the closest fishing spot was... Yeah, closest fishing spot's down this way. Yeah, all neat and tidy. It's right good. I tell you. And if we have a look at our resources, yeah, we've still got loads of stuff to sort out. It's kaleidoscope, innit? Oh, so Miyaki Sakura, sorry if I oh, turns out I don't know which way I have set my own markers. Wait, I did set the marker, didn't I? I'm not just driving us off into the great... Yeah, good. Miyaki Sakura, you're saying they nixed eating too much of the same food in terms of damage. Was that still Scum? Because the reason why I brought up Scum is that the goal of that was basically to create a game kind of like the Running Man. Like, you are all, you know, prisoners who have entered into like a don't see a buoy. Guess it's not there. You are all prisoners that have entered into this, like, you know, life and death game in exchange for, I guess, like, freedom or cash or something. Oh! You were talking about Subnautica. Yes! Subnautica used to punish players for not having a varied diet, which they changed. Which, feckin' smart. At least in my teeny tiny humble opinion. Also, is that a giant... Is that a giant record player out there? I have no idea what that is. But yeah, sorry, again, those of you who have joined, Subnautica simultaneously terrified me and was one of the best gaming experiences that I've had to date. And I find myself still missing it. Like, one day I hope to find someone to do the co-op mod with, mainly because of the technical challenges of setting that up are not nothing. And there's a lot of additional content mods that I'm looking forward to. I'm still not adding guns. Oh, Andorf's been playing Below Zero all day. It's so feckin' good. Though I do miss having a Cyclops. I miss my Cyclops. Night Valen says the Shadow Leviathan misses you too. Hooray! No. Just gonna go ahead and say no. And Miyaki Sakura, it is such a treasure of a game. But yeah, I mean, for those who have been here for a while, they know I love talking about it. Mainly because I love games where you can kind of subvert people's expectations. And Subnautica pitches itself as a survival game. But in truth, it's a very heartfelt story game. That's why I'm kind of curious about this, if you know what I mean. Ah, now C222 is talking about one of the things that I really, really love. Andorf got me. One of the things I really love talking about in games is how we treat certain systems and how they make us feel. So, like, C222, or Ben, was saying, oh, Uncle T, Watto friend, hello, hello, chatting about eating in video games. Ben was talking about the fact that one of their favourite Minecraft mods diminished the benefits from eating certain food if you ate more than X in a row. So the idea of, like, if you just ate bread every day, your character's going to be having a bad time. However, the more popular version gave you buffs if you didn't eat the same kind of food repeatedly. So if you varied your diet, you got bonuses from that. And I think that's a good way of thinking about it. That the idea of, like, if treat your character good, that you get the benefits from it rather than punishing the character for... Sorry, rather than punishing the user for doing the same thing repeatedly. Early on, in any survival games, you kind of fall into a pattern where you're eating what you have the most available... You're eating what you have the most available to you. So, like, I'm playing a lot of 7 Days to Die at the moment. That's kind of my chill out and... Alright, no more fishing for today. The fish have gone bedtime. 7 Days to Die is kind of my chill out game at the moment. Because I enjoy playing it solo. It's very relaxing for me. And I've reached a point now where my character's just eating boiled meat. Like, every day, boiled meat. Because it's something I have access to, I can gain repeated amounts. And has the needed benefits. It's probably not healthy to just eat nothing but boiled meat day in, day out, but that's what I've got access to. However, if I can get good, later on my character will start being able to make fancy foods, and those fancy foods come with bonuses. Now, Andorf saying in Valheim's Heart and Home update they reworked the food to try and vary the benefits more. Oh, that's cool. Like, the benefits of a nice varied diet. Well, see, there we go. See, Uncle T, I guess I'm not a nutritionist. Uncle T saying, wait, not healthy to eat 100% boiled meat? Pfft, that's protein, baby. Gains. Yeah. Although, in the Zombocalypse, sadly, rare meat is a luxury. So it's boiled. It's boiled through. It's not tasty. It's not tasty, but it's not going to give you the deadly fear shits. And that's really all you can ask for. Is it going to be consistently as delicious as a nice, well-cooked rare steak? Sorry, I should say properly cooked rare steak. No. Are you going to end up pooing out your heart? No. Alright, how you all doing? Oh, we've got loads of fish. Alright, kids. Eat up. You've done very well. My goal is to build them a heated stable for the evenings. I should say a heated kennel. And yes, during the Zombocalypse, the deadly fear shits are a serious concern. Miyaki Sakura says, is it going to torment your insides like eating only hot peppers? Yeah, oh god, our poor character. Sorry, friends. For Subnautica Below Zero, you get these natural spicy peppers that raise your body temperature and give you food. I think a little bit of water. So they're a great emergency food source. The downsides, they take up a lot of inventory space, so you can't just take them with you everywhere. And they go off pretty quickly. But the thing was, you're out in the field, you've gotten stranded because of like a huge creature or some ilk. So you've just got to work with what you've got. Our poor character probably lived off of nothing but spicy raw peppers for days on end. And I can only imagine the feckin' horror poos that they had. Like, this just what could only be described as a stream of lava from one's behind. No one's ready for that. Alright, and we need to cook ourselves up some dinner. But hopefully we can make enough cash selling data. Oh. Well, that's fascinating. So we can actually inspect the data, not just collect it. Alright, that is very fascinating. Sell a couple of gigs of data. Oh, and we've got enough cash to buy some more resources. So I think that means... okay, we can build a heated facility, or... we could... We'll save up to tomorrow till we can buy a proper heated facility. We've got enough power to process a bunch of stuff, so... sorry, jumping back in. Grumpy Steam was saying, think of it as an improvised weapon. Stick your booty over the settlement walls and unleash fury upon anyone trying to attack. Oh, God. Oh... Problem is, there is actually a lot of historical evidence of people using the bad poos. Oh, wait, what do I need? Oh, I don't quite have enough power. Using the bad poos in varying forms is well documented and, frankly, horrifying. You know what? We're having a lovely time in the Arctic. Let's not go into how medieval warfare utilized poo to do terrible things. We don't have to. We never have to have that conversation. Agonaniki's saying that corpse launching also a popular greeting. Yes, it was. Oh, cool. All right, we can have our facility on the hill. Actually, I might just pop it here. Yeah, I want to pop it here. There we go. So there's plenty of space to get the dogs through. Upgrades manager. We can add a... Ooh! Okay, so now we have a reason to get cash. The more cash we get, the more we can spend. Wait, it costs 2 grand. We spent 2 grand painting our stuff. Why am I a stupid? Alright, so what do you do? Oh, okay. Table plus coffee maker. Kitchen. Outpost lamp. Tall lamp. Luxurious lamp. Ooh. Crop silo required to store your plant's produce. Interesting. Okay, so we basically need to... Alright, well, we're going to have a snooze, but we need to move our power farm next to there. I guess we'll turn this into kind of like the spa and luxury living resort. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, get coffee maker. Coffee completed. Which was also my text message noise for a while, but I didn't hear it because it was too calm. All this talk is, of course, making me want to play Subnautica again. I don't know if I could experience it in the same way again. I think I'd need more. You know what I mean? I couldn't just dive back into it. Cerebral says they prefer living super nautically. Ah, see what you did there. And I know that the multiplayer mod kind of goes against the philosophies of it, but I do think about how... breakfast for puppies? Yeah, breakfast for puppies. Oh, we'll have breakfast in a little bit. So crop collector, crop silo, energy collector is 3k. Alright, so the coffee machine in there is purely ornamental. Or pick up some of the resources and see what we got. I don't know if you've seen it, friends. There is a Subnautica mod currently in development, which, whether or not we'll see it is another matter, but they're currently trying to take the gigantic skeleton from the Ghost River and make it into an actual creature. They've been trying to... I don't want to say reverse engineer, because that sounds like it was in the game already, but they've been trying to model and create what that creature would have been. And, frankly, I find that concept terrifying. But kind of cool. Allows you to collect data from samples. The samples are the thing we need to find more of. Guess heading out into the great unknown. I know puppies. It's so hard being puppies. No one knows how hard it is. So, I wonder if I can move this. Sorry, just Uncle T noticing that they can't imagine the social stigma of being a dog named Cat. Yep. Hey, that was Shriku's request. Camera with zoom, whiteboard, a fireplace. Yeah, friends, we're gonna need a lot of cash. Oh, okay. All right. I'm starting to get it now. Oh, we can have a nice little this is where we can have, like, the big outdoor lamps and stuff. But you know what that means? We don't actually have to move the farm. So we can pop this thing here, and once we've got enough cash to pop it up... Oh. Once we've got enough cash to pop this up, then we can create the energy collector. So just automatically get this hoovered up. Jobs. Good un. Yes, thank you, please. Lots of power. So Agananiki said they'd love to see a variation of this kind of game where you're something exotic in an otherwise normal to human environment, like a lava elemental emerging from an island volcano. You know what? That would be kind of fascinating. You know, I'm utterly obsessed with, like, post-fall of mankind architecture. You know, the idea of trying to do, like, a create and survive game for non-humans in something like, I want to say... Near Automata. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, Uncle T was saying they love this chat. Everybody engaging in some pretty cool game-related conversation. Plus, Uncle T shitposting. Hey, we find a lovely balance between the two. I like that. JP says they want to know where they take Subnautica next. Like, what is that going to look like? Yes, I am thoroughly fascinated with that. I have a feeling it's going to be a while. That's okay. But considering the challenges they had to overcome to make Subnautica from a technical standpoint, I'm really curious to see how they beat that. Hello. Hello, Bubs. How you doing? Give everybody some water for today. While we're faffing a boot. Actually, getting them a heated spot should probably be my next goal. So we're going to need cash and or food. Alright, we're doing much, much better for power. We could try hitting the cool elevator again. Yeah, let's try cool elevator because we can also get some fishing in while we're there.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
Uncle T's being a glorious terror.
So, I heard noise. I thought it might be Amos doing something. I was like, oh, I got up and I walked over. And then he's just playing with his little chew thing. And I was like, you just playing? You playing? And then he goes... Big movement head all the way back up, paw down, grabs it, goes over here and chews. And I was like, okay.
You do you.
You do you, boo.
Uncle T, Feckin, thank you for doing 5 subs to the crowd. You got Tiny Meows, Lev Dev, Guy is an Idiot, Told Tales, and Rishinobi. Those are all names I recognise. Thank you. Actually, so JP, thank you for reminding me. At some point, I need to return to Breathage. Breathage was such an oddity of a game that we did a little bit of a stream on it, and it was interesting. I don't know if I would be able to carry a good conversation, but I'd certainly be interested to try. You know what I mean? Now let's see what we can get from the satellite and from the busted stuff. Sorry, if you haven't seen it, so Breathage is a sort of comedy game in the same vein as things like Subnautica. You're stranded in space, you have an immortal chicken you use as a multi-utilitarian super tool. The game's kind of being told backwards, which is quite funny. You're being interrogated by these 2 robot AIs, and every time you die, they smack you about and say, like, oh, that's not how that happened, don't lie to us. Which I think is a great way of doing storytelling. These aren't resources, these are samples. Guess who wasn't paying attention? Oh, okay, no, in my defense, this was when the big raid came in. You know, just 80 people coming to hang out. No big deal. No big deal. Alright, so... 1. Glider blueprint. The cave's elevator system must first be fixed. How do I do that? A challenge for later. But no, Breathers is one I'd like to return to. It's got its own quirks, and it's very unforgiving in... Because the game is based on humour rather than like ecology, be it like faux ecology or what have you, it does mean that learning it is a very difficult process. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just, you know, adds a lot of interesting challenge. I've been told that Breather just got some questionable humour in it. I didn't find it, and I haven't been able to find any online evidence of it. So... Oh, wow. Space Station, Argurus message queue. Immediate drastic collision. Aurora shattered. We are re-entry bound. Tell our loved ones that we were brave. Oh, no! That's not good, that's bad! No! Yeah, that's some serious below zero vibes. Valkyrie Lantern, a good afternoon to yourself. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Welcome to the most relaxing explore and survive game to date. Now, Kisa, thankfully, being in the fecking cold, ice cream, very easy to make for you. Oh, lovely. Yeah, we're exploring this great big Arctic environment. We've got enough food for everybody, so... You know what? I want to check the top of that hill. I think we've got enough time during the day. Puppies, 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 puppies! This is introducing our pack of dogs. We have Zeus, Cerberus, Linda, and Cat. That is Cat the dog. No, I did not come up with that name. I know I will not be changing it. Actually, probably easier to head up that. That incline looks a little softer. Oh, dyed at the deepest violet. Wonderful. We've just been trundling around the snow today and having a natter. Look, Shry, I wasn't going to throw you under the bus. But the cat bus? Bus cat. I wasn't going to lay that feline blame at your door. Puppies, 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 puppies. Yeah. Cat. Cat bus. Cat bus cat. God, it's like you've never even played Digimon. The other good thing about this game being that because it's DAGs, not vehicle on wheels, you don't have to worry about parking on a hill. It takes substantially more of a incline for dogs to roll up. Hello? Huh. Found ourselves a little hidey hole. Shry also adding, please don't throw me under the cat bus. I think I'll attack. Okay, I can't be the only person that found cat bus sinister. I mean, that's probably where the Miyazaki films always get me, is things that you're never quite sure if they're cute, or if they're evil, or if they're sinister, or if they're just odd. And casting my mind back, especially to things like Spirited Away and stuff like that, never really knowing what's going to be the thing that's going to feck you up. Just taking some pretty screenshots of where we are. JP saying, does the DAG car have a subwoofer included? Okay, joking aside, Resident Evil. Red Alert 3 had this fascinating feature where you could... I saw the mountains, the most immense valleys. My eyes saw the beauty of nature unfolding through time. Slowly and quietly, I saw the ice moving and the stars twirling. I was patient, and I was rewarded. Well, that's very poetic! Shit! There's a coffee machine here. We don't have enough coffee beans. Fuck! This is bullshit! Shit. His voice echoed across. Oh, what's this? A mushroom. Is that another henge? God, you can't swing a cat round here for henges. Uncle T asking, who leaves a coffee machine in the frozen tundra without coffee beans? An asshole! Huh. Oh, a couple more mushrooms. Huh, that's weird. Oh, God. I forgot we can do that. Huh. Oh, God, I forgot we can do that. Look out, puppies! I'm coming! Soviet was saying that the art style kind of reminds him of The Long Dark. It does have that kind of vibe, but this doesn't have The Long Dark's same kind of like... Alright. Snack and pets before we head off. This doesn't have the Long Dark's same kind of like survival brutality. What's that thing? Kind of looks like Linda's about to drop a log, so let's get moving. Where's home? Ah, home's over there. Cool. Yeah, this doesn't have the same kind of survival mechanics as. So while we do need to eat and drink, we don't have to worry about like heat. We don't have to worry about predators and things like that. God, I still remember my first few runs of The Long Dark, like pre-story, early release, of hiding desperately in a fishing hole on the ice while a dark wolf stalked me outside. Did not survive long in that run. Let me... oh, excuse me. That snuck up on me. Let me tell you. Sounds like a typical Friday night. I mean, I suppose for the Canadians. God, yeah. Though it would be fascinating to see what happens next with Subnautica. The fascinating thing is what players are asking for might not be what they want. Sorry, okay, so let me rephrase. There are two things. If you skim the Subnautica forum pages, the Steam Workshop, I should say Steam discussions, the two things that people keep asking for ad nauseum are multiplayer and guns. Now, if you haven't seen the no-clip documentary on Subnautica, I highly recommend it. But the TLDR is that Unknown Worlds had made their money making a kind of strategy FPS series called Natural Selection. Aliens versus Space Marines in space. One part RTS, one part first-person shooter. It was originally a Half-Life mod. The follow-up, Natural Selection 2, was going to be a Half-Life 2 mod until the team decided the amount of work they were putting in would make more sense as a standalone game. So that's what they did. Subnautica was created specifically to be a game sans firearms. Again, give the No-Clip documentary a watch. It's feckin' brilliant. And so one of the ideas and one of the design philosophies behind Subnautica is you're never rewarded for killing animals. At least, like, ones that you aren't going... Like, little ones you aren't going to consume. If you kill the big monster fish, nothing happens. Nothing good happens. And I believe it comes back? Or it doesn't? I'd have to remember. I know in Below Zero, the monsters don't come back. And it's interesting because that whole philosophy was created... that philosophy was injected into the whole creation. The other thing that was fascinating was the request for multiplayer, which they said they were not going to be doing. And partially because they're a company that had already done multiplayer a fair wedge. They knew how much it takes. But also, they wanted that feeling of isolation, of loneliness to be part of the experience. Like, that was intentional. Also, 69! Nice. Sorry. I'm a grown-ass man. The intention was to have that loneliness. And especially in the later game, like... You get the Cyclops, and the Cyclops is this huge submarine capable of doing... It's a mobile base. It can fire distraction torpedoes. It has full-on sonars and management. But it's designed... At least, okay, the in-game narrative is it's a 3-person submarine, but you're just one person. So the balance of having all that protective equipment and survivability is that because you're one person, you have to run around doing it all. You basically have to play your own one-person version of keep talking and no one explodes. Except for you might actually explode due to horrible sea monsters. So to add multiplayer to that would be to... Not to devalue, but to... I'm trying to think how to describe it. It would take the intended challenge out of it. You'd lose the loneliness, and you'd gain a lot more. So I understand why they won't be adding them. But to hear the users talk about it, like, those are the two things they want desperately. And you know what? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Maybe as a LAN game here with Fiona if she ever does a solo playthrough or something. But I love the idea of playing Subnautica with a friend. But it would be such a different experience, you know? So just... Boof. Just selling our resources. Now, how much cash have we got? We've got 3k. Now, if we turn you into an energy collector, what does this get us? Oh, wow. So we'll just be able to hit this mother hubbard up. Wunderbar. Pop down a few more solar panels. Never gonna have to worry about power again. Oh, that one's just, it's a little too close. That's cool. And this clearly shows us the distance. Hell, we could definitely expand a little bit over here. But that should suit our power needs for now. So yeah, I just we're working towards that sled garage. Give the dog somewhere nice to sleep. But yeah, it's a thing I've been thinking about a lot recently is the difference between what users request and what they actually want, you know? Sometimes users will swear blind they want a specific kind of feature or functionality when in actuality that's the last thing they want. I'll cook up a nice mushroom soup. I don't know why I sounded like Perun when I'm making some food, because I don't think guinea pigs eat mushrooms. Okay, so JP, I don't know if you've just been looking at my YouTube play history and are just giving me good conversation topics right now, but what JP was saying is it reminds him of the people saying they want classic World of Warcraft when they actually don't. There is an incredible video, again, sorry I keep referencing him, Foldable Human, about what we left behind. So the idea of like, WoW Classic, how it evolved, how it changed, and how we can't really go back. It's just, again, it's one of those things that I find so fascinating to talk about because it's unique to our industry. There are other mediums that have been changed, evolved, tweaked, etc. Theatre, you have rewrites and reworks. Films, some get re-edits. I mean, I saw Soviet was mentioning Star Wars. God, there's a whole kettle of monkeys right there. But in video games, we make incremental changes, not just for creative reasons, but for technical reasons. You know, we learn how to improve stuff. That work? Did I get the power there? I'm trying to work it out. Yeah. Oh, we'll sort some stuff there. Some research materials are going. Sorry, apologies for losing my train of thought. But no, one of the interesting things about games as a medium is that we make changes that improve the experience, that aren't intended to change the feel. They aren't intended to move the narrative, but they do. They do change things. Sometimes the knock-on effect of tweaks and streamlining of systems and changes can be far beyond that which we understand. And so with online titles, they can evolve in such a strange way. We can never go back to the queuing problem of The Division. You know what I mean? We can never have that experience again. And so, like, returning to World of Warcraft in that regard, like, it is always going to be different. Okay. Yeah, so it gathers all of it for us. So currently we have 52 power. Yeah, so it auto hoovers it up for us. Doesn't necessarily store it, but that's not terrible. Does mean our little power farm can do a little bit more, you know? No, we don't need that. It's just excessive at this point. I do want to put something on the roof over here. Sorry, jumping back in. So Agananaki says that they know the feeling that they want to experience, but they may not know how to achieve it. Yes. And sometimes what seems directly like the thing that they want actually takes them away from the experience they desire. It's the great challenge. Like, when doing any kind of like user experience testing or anything like that, you have to listen to what users are trying to convey, not what they are saying. Don't listen to anyone's suggestions of what to implement, but try and understand what it is that they wish for and then deliver that. Like, that's the mystical hit. JP says they remember playing Vanilla WoW back in the day and being scared to pull too many mobs. And then people have become better and can pull whole dungeons to farm with no issue. That's very true. Uncle T was adding that what people want from WoW Classic isn't necessarily the same game provided. It's something that the community at the time provided. And just giving them the old game back doesn't give them that. Very true. Huh. And Ben just adding as a random aside that there's an office building in Anchorage where the solar panels are installed on the southern wall because that far north, a vertical panel makes more power than a tilted roof. Oh, because of the good old curvature of the Earth. Huh, I hadn't even thought about that. That's fascinating. Wow, we still don't know how to make a solar panel. A wind turbine. So a couple of solar farms is where we're at, really. Oh yeah, I was going to. Oh, there's no point because I don't have any cash. Whee! Puppies, 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 puppies. But we're doing much better for power. I just don't know how to restore the elevator to that cool place we found. And sadly, we can't move the coffee beans yet. We've got to get a coffee harvester to stash our good stuff. We've got 8 fish. Yeah, this is the thing that I keep trying to control this map like it's 7 Days to Die. This is the thing that I'm really enjoying, is that we're not having to think about how do we survive each day. What we're thinking about is how far can we explore? What can we do? Like, let's check out this little area over here. Give the puppy some water before we set off. And we'll go from there. Hey, Cerebral, how are you doing, friend? Welcome to our little ice base. These are our little sled dogs. And this is our story. We're playing... oh god, I have to actually look at the name of the game again. Goodwill. This is a open world survival-ish title with no conflict. This is a non-conflict based survival game. Did I say Uncle T when I meant hookshot? God, might need to make myself another cuppa. We've been cutting out drinking for this week. We've done rather well, but I have noticed that it has drastically hampered my ability to get a decent night's sleep, and thus my ability to focus is deteriorating, to say the very least. But no, Hookshot, how are you doing, friend? I saw you posting cool kid things, but the upgrade to your vid game. Yo, we've got enough time today. We can go check out that bow, that ice bow. Let's go do it. Oh, I mean, Uncle T happens to the best of us, you know. With the stress of the move and stuff, I was basically using booze as a crutch to get... Hang the feck on. To get a decent night's sleep, so... It is not a bad thing that I'm cutting back. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Is it corpses? No corpses. But... ah, some raw resources. Lovely. So on video game stuff, friends, Hookshot's working on a title called Lightsmith. Which, Hookshot, if you want to throw the Steam link into there, I am more than happy for you to do that. What's the Boston Fig? If you've told me and I've forgotten, I'm so sorry. I'm currently suffering from chronic potato brain. It's like smooth brain, but baked. And yeah, we were just talking about, I guess, the conversation kind of morphed into users not necessarily understanding the kind of experience that they want. So we were using World of Warcraft Classic as an example, but you know, talking about that sometimes users will swear blind that they want X or Y, when in actuality, what they're looking for is an old experience they had. Oh yeah, so friendos, if you wouldn't mind doing me a massive favour, if you could have a look at that link that Hookshot's put in chat. If you could throw over there, give the game a like, I would be sincerely appreciative. Sorry, not a like, a follow. Well, that's a wish list. God, I forgot how to speak people words. You know, I used to be a professional. Consummate professional. Okay, so Hookshot was saying that Boston Fig was basically a virtual convention. Had a booth, showed people the game. That's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah, Hookshot, you've caught it in one. I am slowly unraveling. Yeah, you're right, Uncle T. It's probably a condition. We're going round. Now let's see what's in the shipwreck. We do need a little bit more fish to at least last us a couple more days. That's Soviet, ain't that the truth? Okay. So what's on ye olde ship here? Seems to be a lot of resources, new objects, and... oh, what's this? Little by little, our dear resilience seems to be shattering, succumbing to the might of this glacier. It seems both the ship and the crew have fulfilled the cursed adventurer's fate. I just hope that the wood does not rot, so that our ship may stand as glorious as it looked on the sea. May time be gentle with our ship and our legacy. P.S. It's fucking cold. Sorry. P.S. Jenkins isn't allowed to drive the boat anymore. God. Friends, once again, the thing that I really do want to highlight is how incredibly well this game has done draw distances. Like, it is not easy to make a game this size and this scale. And when, like, the distance that we can see and experience is fucking huge. Alright, so the Puppers are going to take us through this little icy strait. Then I'm going to try and get a spot of fishing in before night's end. And after that, who knows? Jenkins! Damn it, Leroy. Oh. Well, okay, so one of the other things that, I don't know if it's as much about the experience, but definitely contributes to when users talk about experiencing something for the first time or returning to a game. You can't unlearn the knowledge and you can't remove the culture. See, there was a time, and friends, this is going to shock you to know, but there was a time when the world of Warcraft was new. I know. I'm just gonna pause for the collective gasp there. But joking aside, like, World of Warcraft, when it launched, became a cultural phenomenon. Admittedly, at first, it was shaky. But, you know, the EverQuest killer did just that. Yay! Like, as a product, World of Warcraft was able to basically beat EverQuest at being EverQuest. Right? That's no small feat. And the influx of individuals created this fascinating culture around it. Like, there are very few people in the gaming space who do not know who Leroy Jenkins is. Like, that video went places. World of Warcraft did so well as to become part of culture. It is a known fact there was a huge blockbuster movie. And at least he did get chicken. But the thing is, you can go back to World of Warcraft, but you can't recapture that magic in a bottle. You can't unlearn Anixia. You would not be able to rush in and set off every whelp in that fecking game and get the same rousing round of applause and laughter that Leroy got. It's already been done. That's already been covered. Even if you get the world first on a brand new server, it's still not the first. You know what you're going for. You know the reward that will come from it. Nobody can be Leroy, not even Leroy anymore. And I think that's something that's not really discussed as much as it should be, you know? A good friend of ours, he played World of Warcraft during what was called the Webcomic Wars, which should give you an indication of how feckin' old this reference is going to be. Back when, was it Control-Alt-Delete was the other competing one, or one of the other, the dead uns, versus Penny Arcade. Yeah, who remembers webcomics? Was it PvP? Because PvP was Scott Kurtz, and I think that was running, at least was back in the day, running out the same building. Anyway, the point being, this was a very, very special scenario where two different webcomic groups both made guilds that basically ended up as at war with one another. And so this created this kind of like this rivalry compounded by Warcraft's two-faction system. The thing is, you can't recapture that magic in a bottle. Even with a fresh, clean server, both teams would know the systems inside and out. There'd be a sense of retreading even on an empty board. Even if you got two different graphic novel teams together, it wouldn't be the same. Okay, so it was Control-Alt-Delete. Alright. Now, personally, when it comes to looking at online projects to start playing myself, I definitely look for things that do something different or weird. Like, something for a hook to really get my teeth into. After my World of Warcraft days kind of... Oh, shit. Where's home? Another reason why I'm very glad this game... Oh, it's dead ahead. Oh, I can't see it because of the bloody mountain. Sorry. Where's my train of thought going? Oh, yes. When I fell off the wagon on World of Warcraft, I should say, when I got clean, depending on how you look at it, I went into EVE Online because it was the most drastically different game that you could get from World of Warcraft as an online experience. And one of the things that was fascinating was a new player coming into EVE was you were always in the shadow of the great stories. C222 says, currently winning in EVE. Do you mean the only winning move is not to play? Because that means I'm also winning. But as we were talking about the other day, William Krabattle is on the EVE monument. Like, that will stand the test of time. Anyway. Grumpy says it was the fanciest spreadsheet they ever tried. Yes, drastically different from the world of and/or Warcraft. Oh, you kids need a lot of food. So, food and pets tonight, and then they can have an extra breakfast in the morning. Sorry, what was I going to add? Apologies that I'm all over the place this evening. Oh yes, just that being a World of Warcraft player going into EVE is that this was after the Great Betrayal. You know, this was after the Goon Swarm had taken over everything, which is fine. Like, there was a big conflict point in that game. And you know what? There ended up being a winner. That's fecking great. Have mushroom soup for dinner again. It makes a break from the fish. And it was fascinating going into that game and having this history. Like, you know, the fact that most of EVE's great stories aren't crafted by a narrative team, but they are acts that happen within the game. Much more interesting in their retelling than, as I understand it, they were at the time. But it's fascinating in that you'll never get to be Goon Swarm. Without a huge serious wipe, you won't get to be one of the great powerhouses, but it also means that the systems in place of those guilds, those groups, those corporations still exist. I'm still curious as to when...
Corgo heals.
Yo! Caffeine, thank you for 1,000, mate! Oh, sorry, I completely missed your comment because I was super duper mid waffling. Caffeine says that New Year, New Galaxy, which over on Discord is our big Stellaris game that everyone's playing right the hot heck now, has entered the dancing phase. 2 federations have been established, and the galactic community is up and running. Oh, very fancy. No, but seriously, Caffeine, that's $10 in bits, mate. Thank you. Soviet was saying they remember the whole Band of Brothers, GBC versus Goon Swarm conflict was still fresh in memory. Yup. And yeah, Uncle T did try and do you a damage by gifting subs. Uncle T, you made a good go of it. I think the gifted subs are like 250 points of damage, like a pop. Sorry, Quasi says that one of their favourite things to do is jump into a playthrough midway on this channel and guess what's going on? Seeing fish, database, CPU guessing cyborg fish. It's RoboCod, thank you. No, this is a non-conflict survival game, and it is super calming and so lovely. So lovely. And Crux, thank you for the 200, yo. Kevin's like, gotta fire with bigger guns. Oh. We might have enough power and resources to process up enough to build the dog sled. I think it was 27,000 we needed? 269! Nice. Sorry, where were we? Yeah, here we go. All right, we can put our little sled garage here. Puppies! Alright, I've completely angled this the wrong way, but... So this is going to keep the dogs happy and heated throughout the night, so they won't expel as much energy. Oh, I just want to jump back to one of the points we were talking about earlier, which is like the mechanics in survival games. And one of the ones that I think is so powerful about this is we're not maintaining the dogs because, you know, if we don't, they're going to just keel over. I'm just going to pee in the shed. I'm glad things self-cleaning. Sorry. But the mechanics around the dogs make us pay attention to our puppers. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I guess it's another day. Man, I nattered through the night. Go, yo. Hey! Quasi, feckin' thank you. And you do have a new shield, which you can display or not at your leisure. I always like the idea for like the whole Longshipian thing of like, you get a ship, and then you get a shield to put on the side of yours or someone else's. That was always the philosophy behind it. Sorry, the idea that the mechanics around the dogs, like, you know, keeping them fed, like paying attention to them, isn't so much about keeping them alive, it's about making us focus on them. Yeah, Cerebral, by 1 extra point. Uncle T, thank you, Fred. Those are the things that keep me alive, so I'm exceedingly grateful. I don't think we can move the big stuff. I keep placing things in dumb spots. Why am I like this? Anyway. Puppers are nice and warm. And Linda seems like she's been having a real hard time. Zeus and Cerberus are just taking it all in stride. Good puppies. So I guess really what we need at the moment is to try and track down some more research materials. Because we've kind of licked our power consumptions, but we are out of cash. So if we have a look at the map, we could head back to that place we saw, because the elevator had research materials that we can pick up. Or we could head back the other way, but I don't know. So there's the upgrade manager. Oh, okay, so we need 7k to build a workshop so we can start, like... Alright. We could sell... I mean, some raw materials isn't a terrible idea. Yeah, Cerberus is just a great dog. Wholeheartedly agree. The only downside with games like this is I can't just pause it and leave like the sun running, because sadly our poor daggies would not suffer well. Sorry about that. Drifty potato! Oh, sorry, friends. I've done a terrible job of pitching this game to you as well. As I don't know if I mentioned, this game is also co-op. And the thing we talked about earlier about people not knowing what they want. See, with this game, the goal is exploration. The goal is this kind of exploring the unknown, not fear of the unknown. So having a game, having this be a game you can play with a friendo seems good and smart. Small. I feel like we can get another couple of, like, oh yeah, all of those fit in. But this way, well, we're kind of at the we desperately need to go pick up research materials phase. We'll have enough power when we return. So I guess, friends, we hit... Yeah, I guess we will hit Cool Elevator. And then from Cool Elevator, we can try and hit one of these two facilities, see if it does anything. We're good for food for a while, so... Look at these happy puppies. Oh no! Andorf says they lost their snow fox in the middle of an ice worm field. I'm feeling a little jealous of the game right now. Hey, I did my time, alright? I forget what we named the snow worm, but it was not a complimentary nickname. God, yeah, the first time that worm bursts forth from the icy ground, and it's just like... But then again, remember how much trouble I had with Frankie? Fucking Frankie. Or Frankies, I should say. Sorry. I know I kind of went very quiet there, but I was legitimately having, like, good flashbacks. Like, Subnautica was a lot of fun. And Below Zero, what was brilliant is how Subnautica is secretly a story game, right? As we've talked about a whole bunch of times. But with Subnautica Below Zero, they do away with the pretense that it isn't a story game, and they just throw the narrative in there, like, front and center, and it's brilliant for it. Yeah, good flashbacks. Shocking, I know. So there's a wreck or a dome. Oh, that is an old-ass ship. Considering what we need is research materials, I reckon we hit whatever those things are over there. That seems like a next good port call. But yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird. And I know I've said this a majillion times, and I will say it a majillion more, that I spent so much of Subnautica being afraid. Real, true terror. Also, finding out that with the Reaper Leviathan, the roar isn't just for show, like with Frankie. The roar is actually a form of sonar location. If you can hear a Reaper roar, it knows where you are. That is some terrifying hot bullshit right there. I've got to learn how to repair this, don't I? Caves elevator system must first be fixed. I don't know how to do that. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, yes. The amount of time spent in genuine fear in that game, and yet And yet, I want more. I want to be able to spend more time. Turns out during Subnautica, there's one thing that we didn't do, and I'm gutted I didn't work it out. It turns out there's a particular type of fish, which is like 1 part sea otter, 1 part like, I guess like water snail. Anyway, the fascinating thing about it is that it's entirely friendly to people. Darn thing eats fish. So if you show up, you can make it do little tricks by feeding it. But then we had our new cuddlefish, and it was so cute. Ah. Puppies. Puppies, 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 puppies. Zeus. Cerberus. Cat. Linda. Alright. Gonna head back this way via I. Sorry, we're gonna head to these new areas via I, see what we can find. Uncle T saying, I think the fascinating part about it is that it's 1 part otter, 1 part snail. Yo. Okay, I only found out this week that the snail that uses volcanic rock as armor isn't just a Pokemon, it is a real creature on Earth. Nature be fucking scary, yo. It is times like that that I am reminded that we don't own this planet so much as we rent it. Yeah, that snail is metal as fuck and real. Like, we all know about the mantis shrimp. Thank you, the oatmeal, for that one. But, like, I didn't know that, like, Make's own armor snail was feckin' real. By my understanding, it uses the armor as a protection against high temperatures in volcanic regions. Like, every time I think it can't get more metal, I'm proven wrong. So we're not hurting too much for... Wait, did I already hit this place? I did. Must have gotten lost. Yeah, this was the breakthrough with the incubators. And the message about courage. Ah! Wunderbar! We know how to make a wind turbine now. We don't really need too much in the way of... Like, we can't use crystals yet anyway. I want to hit that mountaintop base before we start making a move back. We've got enough resources to keep the doggies happy and fed, and now they've got their warm shelter, I don't feel quite so guilty mushing them around. But yeah, I cannot think of another game which has scared me so much that I wanted to return to. Like, I was thinking about it, like, I guess I could say Resident Evil 4, but Resident Evil 4 was tense. There's only really the regenerators. They're the only really scary part, if I remember. Or perhaps that's the only bit that really got to me. The regenerators being those spiky zombies that... they're basically like hive parasites. They have multiple creatures on them, kind of keeping them strong and alive. And the only way to stop them is to kill the parasites. But you can't see the parasites if you don't know where... You can't kill them if you don't know where the parasites are. Creating this horrible situation. Eventually, I think you have to use, like, thermal goggles to detect where they're at. Oh shit, is that a crashed plane missile? Fuck yeah, we found some cool shit. So let's see what we've got here. Alright, requires nighttime. Fascinating. My blueprints will be all that is left of me. They are the sum of years of hard work, of loving work. And I hope that once I'm gone, someone will find value in what I did and remember my work. And I wish I could stay watching the stars through my telescope forever. Oh, we know how to make a telescope! And we got another piece of the glider! Yes! Like, We could snooze here, but it's getting dark. I kind of feel like, considering how far we are away from home... Shit, where is home? Home is a long way away. Hey! A wonderful good evening to the intrepid canvas. How are you doing? Welcome to the coziest survival... I keep calling it cozy. It's not cozy. Misuse of the term cozy is shenanigans in its highest order. Intrepid canvas, how are you doing, friend? We are playing a gorgeous... what did I call it earlier? Non-conflict survival game. And I'm having a great time with it. Oh. These are my sled dogs. These sled dogs are Zeus, Cerberus, Linda, and Cat. Those are the dags. How are you doing? What have we got here? Ooh. Space helmet. And not a lot else. Now, as lovely as this spot is, I think we should make a move back to our main base. Havoc Puppy, how are you doing this fine Saturday? How goes it? Trevor says they're doing really well. Just finished Undertale. Unhappy that they missed out a little side content, but it was a great game. When you say finished Undertale, see, this is the difficulty with games like it. Is like, how do I ask you without giving away too much? Oh, so Shackle, and I think this is very, very clever. So we can now build a spacesuit using one of the universal modules. Hello, Amos. Come say hello. Come say hello, my Bobby. Hey, touch. Amos. Oh, now you're ignoring me. Yeah, Shackle, it's that question of how sure are you that you have finished Undertale? On a scale of 1 to do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. On a scale of 1 to Tony Megalovania, how sure are you? Do you know the one who speaks in hands? Intrepid saying, not at all 0 out of 100. Dea says, has not finished Undertale. Then I'm very glad of that, because me, Tony Megalovania, the man who invented that song from Undertale that goes doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, feel there's a lot more of that game that you can explore. Oh, okay. Intrepid Canvas. Myself and the Longship will say no more. And Deus has said, Intrepid Canvas has defeated Flowey. Has defeated Flowey. But nothing beyond that. So yeah, we'll say no more. And you have a wonderful road ahead of you.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
40 months.
That is a big skull there. The man, thank you for 40 months. Fucking still blowing my tiny mind here, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay. Deus was saying that they soft lock trying to get the key to Sans' room. Alright. That makes sense. Alright, we're almost home, friends. We're almost home. We'll get the dogs back in there. We get the dogs back in. Oh. Mothra. Left-hand drive car. Winifred Koenig. No one knows how cool we are. Alright. Let's get the puppies stabled. How you doing, Amos? How you doing, Bubs? God, he's been so good today, and I do like the fact that I don't have to park them. I can just be like, call your dogs. There we go. Flying dogs. Brilliant. Alright, bit of water for everybody. Bit of fish. And some pets, obviously. Oh, Zeus, please don't shit in there. Please don't shit in the house, Zeus. I'm asking you real nicely, Zeus. Don't shit in the house. Now it's like having real dogs. But yeah, Intrepid Canvas, you still have some glorious things to unfurl, and I'm very happy for you. And I'm really hoping, like, knowing the caliber of friendos we have, I am very sure that they'll all be able to unfect the. I'm cooking some soup for dinner. I'm sure they'll be able to unfect your save, because delicious soup, spicy carrot and coriander, chili chowder. Oh, Uncle T, you know what I mean. Undertale is one of the great games of our time, and getting to go into it having not had it spoiled for you is a wonderful thing. Personally, I'm holding fire on Deltarune because I really, 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 really enjoyed Undertale, and playing that first part was wonderful, but I didn't think we were going to get the second part as well. So now I kind of want to wait and do it as a full experience. Same kind of thing with same kind of thing as with Heartbound. That was so good, especially on the initial launch, and now I'm just waiting. Because I know it's going to be something special when it's done. I don't even know what crystals are going to do for us. And apparently we got a bunch of Sabinas. Entirely sure what we're supposed to be doing with them, but oh, don't have enough energy. Oh, that's fine. Made a couple of grand. All right, nap time. We can finally build a bloody windmill. You can see our puppy sleeping. Alrighty. Good morning, Pup-Ups. Okay, and these kind of snap too as well. Lovely. I mean, considering we've got a power farm here. Sorry, jumping back into chat. Hookshot says that they have a friend that tells everyone to play Undertale, but says make these choices in the game to have the best experience. And I told him to stop doing that because it ruins some people's surprise. Yes. Unfortunately, not everybody who loves a game is the best person to pitch it at you. And it's taken me a very long time to get good at telling people like why some games are worth their time, you know what I mean? Okay, so... Alright, so the windmills produce less energy, but they produce it at night. Okay. And Uncle T, your restraints will be sung about by the bards of yore. Sorry, again, apologies for going quiet there. My playthrough of Undertale was a lovely one, and kind of special. I played it with a partner many moons ago, and it was nice. I was supposed to go see family for Christmas, and due to snow in the UK, the trains just stopped running, and I was like, you know what? Can't go see you lot. So my partner time and I just settled in. We bought the very last Christmas tree from outside the train station. We got probably one of the last. I think we ended up having chicken because all the turkey was gone. And I cooked up a roast, and we hooked up Undertale to the telly via a Steam box. Got a USB cable and a keyboard, and just played through it. And it was a wonderful experience. And I kind of think about how if someone had told me what I was supposed to do from the get-go, there's some wonderful moments that would have been lost. And I think about coming to that grand conclusion. And like, I'm welling up with tears. And I look at my partner and she's welling up with tears. And it was just, you know, I'm not saying that the mark of a good game is one that makes you cry. I've had very bad games make me cry in the past. I had some old games make me cry when they went, "Feckin' run!" I just wanted to go back. I just wanted a bit of nostalgia. Why couldn't you let me have that? See, Hookshot, I think that's a good analogy. One of the ones I try and... There are some games where you have to let people fail to enjoy them. Like, I'm trying to think of a very, very good example where, like failing is part of the experience. Oh, and Deus was just saying on the ending of Undertale, they hear that musical track and it still makes them well up. Yeah. I'm trying to think of some good video game examples. I mean... Okay. The one that I did recently, keyword A Spider's Thread, puzzle game, where to get the final ending, it's not about, like, grinding or unlocking. It's about thinking well outside the box with the information that you have. And I'm so lucky because I got stuck on the very last bit, and Wolfcrad gave me just enough of a hint as to walk me through it. But if I had been given the, oh no, you just have to do this, what that would have taken away from me would have been massive. And I understand that that's a very, very hyperbole example, but I think that's a way of looking at it. Especially with Undertale, there are certain beats that only hit like a brick if you've been able to explore and discover. JP, it was worth it. But honestly, by the end of it, it wasn't the narrative beats that I took away. I didn't sit there and go, wow, what an incredible story moment. I sure am. Woo! That's me selling data. I didn't sit there and go, wow, I'm so glad I did this because, you know, this is the story that reveals it all. But the satisfaction of cracking the puzzle and having the game praise and react to that, like, was so incredible. So incredible. And especially of late, like, it's one of those that it's just been feckin' cool. Okay, so this is an automatic hardware welder. I can build that. Now, is that an indoor thing or an outdoor thing? Nope, that's another one of those. That's cool. Input data. Oh, but we need to get a blueprint for that one so we could input data to make stuff. And the misc fabricator adds the additional things. But for the misc fabricator, we need cash. And for cash, we need data to sell. So we're working on it. I mean, our little home's doing pretty good. We've got some greenery. The pups are happy. It's doing well. Oh, and Caffeine is about to post the final New Year, New Galaxy screenshots in Arcade. Lovely! Bloody lovely! I've got some... I have some friendos coming around this evening who are going to be helping with us getting the flat up to snuff. So that's going to be lovely. Though, this is definitely a game I can see myself playing a lot of, you know what I mean? I don't know if this is a game that I will necessarily stream again, because I feel like there's a quiet beauty to this game that I wouldn't want to remove from yous. But yeah, going back into the recommending games, especially titles like Undertale, is so difficult. And it also kind of goes back to the things we were talking about earlier. Like, you can't go back to your experiences and have them be the same, especially with a title like that. God. Alright, let's get everyone a bit of water. Haven't decided when we are careening off into the great space. I believe that might be a friendo. Bear with me just a second, friends. I think I'm going to go let someone in. And then I'll have to bring our adventures to a close. God darn it, Will. Why am I like this? Hello, hello. So, friendos, this is a lovely topic of conversation that I would absolutely love to chat about with some more. I have friendos here who are going to help us get some stuff up and running, get this place a bit more shipshape and proper. But Havoc Puppy was asking how I'm enjoying this game. I'm really loving this. Like, really loving this. And this can be played co-op. Honestly, I think you'd have a great time either playing this by yourself or with friends. There's so much of this world to explore, and I can't wait to do more of it. So I legit recommend this. And we haven't even started like building plants or... one of the things that they hint about is that you can start building like satellite bases to travel between because there's not enough time in the day to go across the whole thing. Eventually, we'll have a coffee machine. And yeah, more potential to pet the dogs. Obviously, we have to pet the dogs more before we go. Like, I'm not made of stone. Pet Linda. Pet Cat. Pet Zeus. And the Cerberus. You know what we should have done was taken the first 3 dogs, named them Cerberus. Crux, my favourite things. Coffee and dags. God. Just, what a beautiful joy of a game. So again, Intrepid Canvas, thank you so much for bringing your crew over. I'm going to roll credits in just a second and say proper thank yous. And then let's see what lovely Mother Hubbards are also live so we can keep this going. I know some of the streams of late have been a little shorter than usual. I know, I'm only casually doing fucking 4-hour streams like a skiving grifter that I am. But nah, I love getting to share these games with you lot. And today has been really nice. You know, it was very, very stressful this morning, and then lovely chats, lovely peoples, a cracking day. A cracking day. Right, let me stop being a faffermancer because I'm going to go help and be vaguely useful. Although, quickly before I go, friends, do you think 7 PM at night is a bad time to make a pot of coffee? Because I'm thinking no. Oh! Grumpy Steam. Thank you for 69 bits. Nice. Joking aside, because I guess we've met a whole bunch of new people today, like, I am entirely supported by you lot. This whole thing keeps going because of you all being here, yeeting bits at my face, keeping my dumb ass upright. I'm very, very grateful for that, alright? So, be it teeny tiny comedy bits or otherwise, sincerely thank you. Deus, we're going to kill the moon. We're doing it. We're going to kill the moon. I might have drunkenly sent value text to DM that just says Seattle in all caps. Thinking back on it now, that probably seems like a threat. I'm kind of worried. I'll clarify later. Oh, right. So. Right. Come on, credits, do your thing. You know what, Deus, you're right. I could just explain it on one of his streams. It'll be fine. Also, Deus, I hope you're feeling better, man. I can miss you. It's everybody. So, first up, to those of you that threw bits in, like, again, still the biggest thing keeping us upright, so I'm sincerely grateful. Today I would specifically like to thank Caffeine, Shackle Draconis, Jackie Foxbutt and Bacon Avenger, Andorf and Crux, Alnus, C222, it's Ben, Favor 6, J Post, Pun Spectre, Willing Outcast, The Stammering Gamer, Wolfcrad, Quasimoto, Cerebral, that's Uncle T, Big Saxy, Derry Quill, and Grumpy Steen. All of you, sincerely, thank you. All right. Your moderator today was Livy. Your moderator today were Caffeine, Lizzie Tapow, and Rhymes with Moose. Thank you all. And we had a bunch of new followers. A hopefully we get to hang out and chat with all of these peeps again. So the Grumpy Steen, Samba Chwaka, Fictional States, Marguerite, the Clipped Crows, Syria Fox, Elves, Fight, and Redfix. Lovely to meet you, and I hope we get to hang out. To Stepagen, Catastros, Space Warfare, as a general concept, Kisa Sotum, Guy's an idiot, Tiny Meows, Tiny Meows, Telltales, Rishinobi, Lev Dead and the Man. Thank you, whether you were gifted a sub by Uncle T or whether you were celebrating 40 sprees, thank you. To Robotron, Shrike and Intrepid Canvas, thank you for massive raids and for trusting me with your crews, you feckin' legends. And once again, thank you very kindly to Caffeine. Well, actually, no, not thank you. Caffeine, New Year, New Galaxy sounds like it was a feckin' good time, so congrats on that one, yo. Right! I'm going to be less of a democracy this evening. Decisions. You know what? I'm going to go pass you over to a good friendo. Sapience is a Lego building individual who's currently working on a Technic setup. But he is also a games industry legend. He is one of the individuals that you could say I learnt my craft from when getting into like community management stuff. And is a wonderful person to have a chat with. One day, Caffeine, one day. But he is a lovely individual, and I am very happy to introduce you to him if you haven't met. As for myself, I'm either going to make a coffee or a tea and help with doing the stuff and things. Gonna put some pictures up. It's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be fucking rad. I've got my little Gundam pictures to put up. Those are gonna be fucking cool. Look, friends, I really, really hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Okay, I'll be back on Tuesday, or if who knows. I might do just a random surprise stream in the next couple of days, because turns out, friends, in a shocking turn of events, it turns out I actually like spending time with you. I know. What a fucking weirdo. Right. Harris! I'm trying to do a thing here. Thank you kindly for that 100. Right. Yeah. Have a super duper rest of your weekend, friends. Good night.